Hi, everyone. I am sorry for those of you I told I'd be starting at about 4-ish. In fact, I actually thought I'd be starting earlier than this. But I was getting my sister ready for a wedding she was going towards. And so she was, we were running around and dealing with that. And the mini Zan had to go down for a nap, and she was having some issues, and just, you know how it is. So, I'm here, though. Mini Zan is currently down for a nap. My sister is off at said wedding, or at least she's on her way to said wedding. I am here all alone. There's no one here. Except for Void Yoshi. He really is Void Yoshi on this. Look at this. That's great. I love that. I'm going to start calling you Void Yoshi, okay? That's your new name. Congratulations on the new phone. Mine's better, of course. No, I'm kidding. Congrats on the new phone, dude. If it works better. Before we keep going, I was going to do this yesterday, but I kind of ran out of time. I apologize, everyone. Remember, we're not doing our X-Men thing until tomorrow. Speaking of which, I actually need to throw up a thing about that right now on the website that I keep insisting I will use more. Oh my goodness. Well, we don't have the announcement system set up, but I should at least put something up on the thing. I'm going to show this off to you when we talk tomorrow too. But tomorrow we'll be talking about X-Men. For right now, we're still in a no spoilers situation for X-Men Apocalypse, the movie. So, yeah. I will also say, hi Myron. I'll also say that I will say exactly one thing about the X-Men Apocalypse movie. Movie critics need to chill the crap out. Okay, so I need to put this under events, I think. And then so if I add this and add it for tomorrow, X-Men Apocalypse discussion. We will have that on the 28th, starting at 11 a.m. as usual. There we go. Hey, Necro. Publish. I actually think I agree with that, Zone. It's been getting a little ridiculous, but I want to save more of that discussion for tomorrow. There we go. So now there's a notification up on the website saying that tomorrow we'll be having the X-Men Apocalypse discussion. A little late, but it's there. For anybody who actually checks that sort of thing. So where's the singer? Here it is. Okay. Why don't we go ahead and show off the last little tidbit of content. Now, because of the nature of the fact that this is 100, and we're going to be dealing with idiots and all that fun stuff, this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this kind of in its own thing. So we did someone. We've talked about it extensively, actually. We're going to talk about it again in seconds, maybe. Maybe. Wow, this is like the longest tank queue time I've had in a long time. Guys, I just quit. I quit. This is taking too long. All joking aside, I actually know several people from the past who are so snooty about the whole tanking thing that they absolutely they if there is a tank wait time of longer than 10 seconds, they'll just give up. Which I find hilarious, because I'm sure some of you know what it's like to queue up as a DPS, or even a healer, depending on the era. That is called Commander Broker? Garrison Commander Broker. Yes, that's the add-on. And this also isn't actually Titan Paddle. This is, I don't know what it's called. I literally just picked this up for this. Oh, it's called Bazooka. This is Bazooka, and that is called Garrison Commander Broker. And I should unmute this. Hey, Sarani. Hi, everyone, by the way, especially you, Zoan. We were talking extensively about how the Alliance should die. No, I'm kidding. We had no discussions about that.
Well, spit it out! Be good. funny, friend. Keep it real.
Hey, World Wager. This is surprisingly long, 1.5 minutes for a tank queue. We have not talked about the Doomhammer. We have not had a reason to talk about the Doomhammer yet. We will. Soon. Oh yes, soon. Wow, this is a long time. Any of you ever used to play chicken as a druid? For those of you not know, a druid can mount in flight, or rather go flight form in flight. Instacast. So what you'd do is you'd go way up into the high, and then you'd drop, and then you'd basically play chicken. You're not playing chicken with the ground. That's easy. You know, you could easily, you know, hit your remount button like right about here-ish. That's a joke. What's hard is accounting for your current lag between you and the server. So some people will hit it like way up here. Some people will try much closer, and some people will just die. There's another form of that too. So you queue up you get really high, as high as you can, you know, enough to kill you, and then you queue up. And as soon as the queue pops, you dismount, enter the queue, so that when you get out of the queue, you're testing yourself to see if you can re-flight form before you plummet to your death. I agree, Warwager. But until someone crafts that bell hammer to fix things. I'm not sure we did, Necro. Which is weird. Well, whatever. I was planning to talk about podlings a little later anyways, but it is still very strange. Oh my god, this is a long queue. I mean, I guess I am specifically queuing for the Shadow Moon place, but for God's sakes, there should be plenty of people who are, you know, trying to queue up for randoms, and I'm like, hey, I'm a tank. Should we go do this thing? Anything? We have not done all the zones, no. We have only done one zone. Sorry, Zoan, I didn't actually answer your question. We have done Shadow Moon Valley, and we are finishing Shadow Moon Valley right now if the queue would ever pop. I don't want to do Heroic. A Heroic would be a colossal waste of my time with idiots. If I had people I knew to queue with me, I would do Heroic. This is weird. I was just thinking to myself earlier how I felt like there was no real reason to record this stuff in advance, because, I mean, I'm a tank, and we're doing normals, and it should be a joke. And we're literally just waiting for a healer. Look at that. That's all we're waiting for. I'll go and answer your question in super summary, Necro. Yes, Sporlings were podlings. There's a little more to it than that, and I wanted to discuss that more when we get to Nagrand. Nagrand is actually the next time we'll really be talking about the Zanger, with a brief exception in Gorgrond. Stop playing Overwatch. It's a terrible game. An awful, horrible game that I bought. Brand new. We could skip it. I mean, in all legitimacy, the dungeons in Warlords are so unnecessary to the plot that I barely really need to discuss them. I barely need to show them off for you guys. I could just skip it. I was tempted to do that anyways. In fact, that was my original plan, was to not do the dungeons in Warlords, with the exception of Auchindoun and the train, just because I wanted to show off the train. And that's it. Yeah, it's taking a while. So, suddenly there we are on the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. So, the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is exactly what it sounds like. It is the sacred grounds where they would rest all of the ancient ancestors of the Shadow Moon. Naturally, when Ner'zhul decided to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, he went there and brought all of his best necromancers. And as we've already talked about, their necromancers are all Type 1 necromancers. Crude, pathetic necromancers of old. A.k.a. all they can do is raise up bodies as rough golems. That's what I was thinking about doing Craze, but honestly, I just don't think I care that much. The dungeons and Warlords are so unnecessary and so irrelevant to everything. So I think we're just not going to do it. Anyways, so So they're all type 1 necromancers. Now I gotta put this out there, okay? Some people have asked me, okay, why the sudden necromancy thing with Shadow Moon? I mean, yeah, I understand using the Void, but as we've established, Shadow and Undeath are two completely different things. So why the necromancy thing? Why suddenly using corpses of their own ancestors to gain power? Why did he suddenly go super crazy? Well, the answer is because Blizzard writers are idiots, and they felt like the only way they could do any kind of plotline with Ner'zhul is to basically say, oh, hey, it's Ner'zhul, he's the Lich King, right? And so they're like, so here's, references to the Lich King, here's lots of undead, which are reference to Lich King. He talks about how, his final lines are all about, that, it's just ridiculous, and stupid and pointless and terrible. It's very badly written, is what I'm trying to say. And the other thing about that, though, which I want to mention, is I feel like this was the whole writing teams contradicting each other thing again. But it is worth noting, of all of the warlords that are present, all of the main named warlords, all of them have had something to flesh them out. In some cases they had a comic, like Blackhand had a comic, Gul'dan had a comic. In some cases they had a little short story, Grom had a short story. And in some cases they had the incredibly amazingly awesome Lords of War movies, like the ones I already showed you guys. Ner'zhul had nothing. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Zilch. So even though Ner'zhul was basically the primary antagonist for an entire zone, he is easily one of the most neglected of the warlords, if not arguably, well, I would say he is the second most neglected of the warlords, after Grom. I have thought about it as one, and as much as I don't like it, it does make sense. Even though I don't agree with it personally, it does make sense. Yeah, I was hoping to see Ner'zhul. Now, we'll talk about Ner'zhul just briefly. For those of you who know where, I talked about this back in BC. For those of you who know where, Ner'zhul was a pretty good guy. He really was. He was actually a legitimately decent person. Even when the demonic horde took over, he was not as horribly invested in the evil, rampant horribleness as most of the other orcs were. And he was pretty much a decent guy right up until he took the skull of Gul'dan, at which point he went and just turned into this sadistically, horribly evil person in seconds. I've talked this about you. And so I was really hoping to see Ner'zhul, the original, the real Ner'zhul, the one who was just himself, and have him either be an unwitting villain who we end up killing as a tragic story to him, or an ally to help us fight against the Iron Horde, kind of like we had with the Frostwolf. I think that would have been really cool, and they could have done either of those very easily and simply. They could have even had if they still want the orcs or bad guys thing for some stupid reason, and they don't want to use the Iron Horde for an even stupider reason, they could still have had Renegade Shadow Moon, or trying to use the Dark Star. You could have still had that whole storyline. Why not? It wouldn't even take that much adjustments. How about this? Ner'zhul says, well, no. Grom says, join us or die. Ner'zhul says, okay, I'll join you. And Grom says, no, not good enough. You have to give us more or die. That's when Ner'zhul goes to the Draenei and says, whoa, guys, help. Please help. Help us. And crisscrossing the streams, the one. So Ner'zhul goes to the Draenei and says, help, and the Draenei says, okay. And they end up coordinating together, but there are still some orcs who are like, no, we will never be able to survive against the Iron Horde. We should join the Iron Horde, because there are going to be people in every organization who agree with that kind of thing. Remember, Grom's message, despite the fact that the Iron Horde is this sadistic, horrible, evil force, the overall message is orc prosperity. Orcs for orc kind of a thing. So there's going to be plenty of Shadow Moon who go with that. Why not have one of these Renegade Shadow Moon be the one who actually starts the Dark Star? Invent a new character. I know, weird idea. And have this new character be the main villain throughout the Shadow Moon arc as we work with Valen, with Ner'zhul, to stop it. And you don't really even have to change that much else other than adding more dialogue and characterization to Ner'zhul as we go. I mean, for God's sakes. It would have been just doable. Done. But no. Instead, I will kill everyone, and I will become all-powerful, and I will be the Lich King. Oh, wait. And that was pretty much it, and it was kind of pathetic. If I'm being honest. So, I will go ahead and tell you about the bosses we had in the Shadow Moon burial grounds. So, first we fight Zanana Bloodfury, which, by the way, would have made a perfect example of a newly designed character to be a boss. Zanana Bloodfury is a powerful acolyte of the Shadow Moon clan, deeply connected to the lunar cycles. When the whispers of the Dark Star worked their way into the hearts of the Shadow Moon, Zanana followed her chieftain Ner'zhul into their clan's burial grounds, using her powers to lure the spirits of the dead for a twisted purpose. In other words, she's basically a necromancer. And having her being I mean, can you imagine the power of a scene where Ner'zhul is like, "What are you doing? Those are our ancestors." And she's like, "The Iron Horde takes what it wants," or something like that. Some kind of response to that, to show how far, you know, this had affected them, or how much this impacted Ner'zhul. Something like that. Think about that for a moment. Yeah. Just food for thought. The next fight is against Nalish, a void horror. When Ner'zhul tore the fabric of reality and allowed the void to spill into the ritual burial grounds of the Shadow Moon clan, the malefic spirit Nalish came through the rift in search of souls upon which to feed. An ancient born of pure darkness, Nalish seeks to devour all life, and is a very irritating fight to tank. Bone Maw! Yes, that's right, we actually fight a freaking worm in there. Does Gul'dan count as one? No, no one has, to my knowledge. Deep within the subterranean caverns under the Shadow Moon Valley, the carrion worm Bone Worm has a symbiotic relation with Ner'zhul's followers. The creature feasts upon the dead left in the wake of the Shadow Moon cult's dark rituals. Okay, gotta stop you here. Until very recently, I'm talking like within the last few weeks prior to these events, the Shadow Moon weren't hideously evil. The ritual grounds was a sacred place where they sent the honored dead to go to their final resting place, or to move on to the light, or to become an ancestral spirit, or whatever afterlife they chose. So, the idea that there's just suddenly this giant bone worm here, that it basically, the only way this works is if this bone worm basically followed them into the ritual grounds, and now is currently there because of the fact that they have started being hideously evil and raising up the dead spirits. And that also is kind of contradictory, because remember, they're trying to use those bones and use those corpses because they're doing type 1 necromancy. So anyways, Ner'zhul, chieftain, elder shaman of the Shadow Moon clan, sacrificing the heart and soul of his tribe in an attempt to join the Iron Horde. He is now retreated to his clan's ancient burial grounds as he ventures ever further along a dark path, embracing the power of the void and the necromantic arts. Yes, I will become a Lich King. They flat out said, his exact quote is like, "My power will ripple across eternity," I believe, something like that. And they flat out said that the point of that quote was to indicate how Ner'zhul has rippled across eternity because of the first Lich King. So, that's a thing. What do you mean, Zoan? If my disappointment isn't showing, as I mentioned before, the dungeons, with a couple of noteworthy exceptions, in Warlords were very lackluster. And honestly, I think I'm now committed to not showing them on camera, other than the two that are actually relevant. Because those two are, you know, kind of cool, and I'm with those two. And one of them is actually story relevant. And the others are there. They're not badly designed from a purely gameplay perspective. If this was a dungeon crawler game, they'd be just fine. There's actually fairly fun mechanics in a lot of those boss fights. You know, I was just kind of being very derogatory towards that dungeon. However, if you just ignore the lore, I know that's weird me saying that, but if you ignore the lore, ignore the story, and just have fun with the fight mechanics, there's some fun trash in there. There's some really cool boss designs. The Bone Maw thing I made so much fun of. He has this thing where he'll literally suck you in, and if he does, he'll eat you and nom nom, and then toss you into the water. It's really cool. But again, that's pure gameplay. So they've gotten pretty good at that. But honestly, only really one of the areas, well, one dungeon and one of the raids really did the story and gameplay integration thing I love so much very well. And we'll be talking about those. We'll definitely be showing those off on camera. Okay. So here we are. Well, that would be terrible and stupid and awful, just the same way it already is the one. Especially since it wouldn't make sense. I mean, it would make sense, but if they're trying to imply that our Shadow Moon were always stupid and evil, that would be ridiculous. If they're trying to imply these Shadow Moon are stupid and evil, that's dumb for reasons I've already covered. I don't really feel the need to repeat that. Yeah, I liked Ner'zhul as a character. I really did. One of my favorite tidbits is how, in the books, it's made much more clear how, in Warcraft 2's expansion, he is like, we need to get out of here. The Legion are going to come back to us and screw us over again. The Alliance will never leave us alone. We need to just leave the planet, find a new home, and move on. And so his whole plan to get all these artifacts together to make the portals was to make a new home for all the people of the Orcs, of the Horde, to get them all out. And then, and that was cool, and I liked that. He's not exactly a good guy, but he's nowhere near the cackling evil stupid. At least not until he took that damn skull. Anywho, why don't we continue with the plot? As you are probably aware, this is the last character, not counting pre-recorded stuff, that we will be playing for the series Lorerun. Not counting, of course, Legion.
You must listen to the land.
Durotan wishes for us to join him now that you have established your foothold. I hope he will accept your help.
For the Frostwolves.
Well, let's go talk to Durotan, then. Come on, Thrall. Hopefully this won't bug out. I've had that happen before. God, I love Frostfire. I can't wait to look at this place with the render radius is pushed up. Welcome to Frostfire Ridge, also known as the zone that visually indicates story. I'm serious. This zone is in the middle of being terraformed. That's why it has the lava and ice aesthetic.
What is that? I see a fortress of stone. Bladespire Citadel, once a far-flung outpost of the Ogre Empire. If our people are to have any hope to survive, we must rout the ogres from their stronghold.
I really like the design on that fortress, too. Hello, Azura. Minnie Zan gives you cute hugs. I spent most of my day with her.
What is this? Why is he here? You are alive. Lead us to Durotan, old friend.
I'm a little curious how none of them actually recognize the Doomhammer. To Bladespire! Attack! Hey, God Mode. See that? We'll talk about that in a minute.
Welcome, friend of the Frostwolves.
I hope you're finding your land agreeable. My brother, in his haste, has already taken some of my clan with him. That's who we just saw running by. And has begun an assault on Bladespire Citadel before we are ready. Draco waits by our warhorn. Let her know it is time to rally the clan. With the aid of you and your forces, we might actually stand a chance at victory against the ogres.
Never leave a wolf behind.
Yes, Leander. Grom was well aware that Garrosh was his son. Gul'dan was aware that Garrosh was his son. He was pretty open about it. And I agree, by the way, with what Leander said earlier. I think Ner'zhul would have been a great advisor. Not the, I'm going to eventually betray you. You know, not a chancellor, not a vizier. But an advisor, someone who is like Eitrig's role, for example.
Who is there?
You have honored my people, and now we wish to honor you. We have a rite of initiation in my clan. When someone comes of age, they cover themselves in the blood of their first hunt, and rest their hands upon a shaman stone to honor the ancestors who came before them. In our brief time together, you have already slain many foes more fierce than our hunters have ever had to face. Go, touch the shaman stone here in Wargol. Join our pack as an equal.
You bring honor to our clan.
Let me go ahead and just say that I like the Frostfire zone better than the Shadow Moon zone, just because it feels a little bit more personal, and it feels like it's got more oomph to a lot of the scenes, for me personally. That's not Horde bias, it's just I feel like it was a little bit better presented than Shadow Moon. Then again, Shadow Moon was just flippin' awesome, so I guess that says something. So these are Shaman Stones. This is actually a cool little bit of, well, I would normally call it tech, but it would be more accurate to call this magic. You can see all the little handprints of blood there. What they did was they took one of these massive stones. It was originally just up to here, and they've kind of been building it up through shamanistic magic ever since. In other words, this stone doesn't actually jut that far into the ground. When they need it to be larger, the shamans will come forward and weave it, basically, to use my own terms, and pull the elements forward so more of the elements get concreted into more of this stone as it rises back up, and then they will have more space to commune with it, right? That also means this is basically... Yeah, no kidding, Zed. This is basically a stone of the element. I mean, I know it's obvious to say this stone is of the element of Earth, but I don't mean, like, a rock. I mean, this stone was crafted with the element of Earth, and therefore helps to keep the shamans here bound to the elements. It's basically a clan-wide totem. You know how most shamans will, throw down a totem, both in gameplay and in lore, to accomplish something. This is the totem for the whole clan, even if you're not a shaman. Does that make sense? Probably War of Wager. Now, that's not the only shaman stone they have. That's the clan's shaman stone. These little suckers right here are a little different.
Come, friends. If you wish to fight with our clan, we welcome you to receive our blessings. Reach out to the shaman stone. Embrace the wisdom of this land and the ancestors that came before us.
Arcane.
I can feel
Magister.
it. This land speaks to me, but in a language I do not yet understand.
So it
I'm still scarred by those infernal warlocks. The spirits are quiet.
The spirits will never abandon you, Drekthar. This I can promise.
So, what Thrall just said about, the spirits of the land speak to me, but in a language I don't understand yet, that's actually very relevant, and something that I applaud for making sense. I actually wish the story did more with this. There's an overarching thread that goes through, well, it only actually goes through 2 zones, but you're given the impression, thanks to the deleted content, that it goes through the whole of the arc of Draenor. That while Thrall is here, he is bit by bit learning how to wield the elements, basically again, because these elements just work differently, and that makes so much sense to me, that the elements of a different planet would be different language, different mentality, different powers, different mindset than the elements from the world he's from. And I like that. Again, very sense-making. Arcane, Magister. The answer was Arcane. And so he spends a lot of his time here recommuning with them, reworking with them, trying to once again learn how to use his shamanistic powers here on Draenor as opposed to on Azeroth. Because remember, in Azeroth, he's pretty much the strongest shaman on the planet. Here, he's barely functional. He's actually below Drekthar in terms of capacity, at least at this point in time. And I like that. The difference between the elements, at the very least, and we actually discussed this when we we're going through BC, it has been debated about the strength and weakness of the elements and how they function differently. We know for a fact that the elements in general are stronger on Azeroth. Oh, for those of you not aware, the Chronicles book cleared this up, and I actually like this because this makes sense to me too. There's 4 elemental lords and the 4 elements of any given planet, but they are confined to that planet. In other words, if Ragnaros is only the Fire Lord of Azeroth. There's Kryuk is actually the Fire Lord of Draenor, for example. Or Kyruk, or how the heck you pronounce his name. One of the other things that is worth noting is the only world that has an elemental plane is Azeroth. That was specifically crafted by the Keepers in order to keep the elements imprisoned there within and separate from the rest of the world, so the world could flourish without their particular influence. Because, okay, I gotta rewind a little bit more. There's actually 5 elements, okay? Earth, fire, water, wind, life, or spirit, or whatever you want to call it. Most worlds have a balance between these 2 things, like Draenor. So the elements can exist out on the world and in the world without really much of an issue. on Azeroth, because of the incredible power of Azeroth, the Titan Soul Azeroth, Spirit was completely out of balance. And so rather than having... I can't do it with my hand, obviously, because my hand's not symmetrical, but imagine, the full balance point. One of those balance points was completely off, so these four were just wildly screwing up and not functioning properly, and that's why they were so incredibly violent, even before the old gods showed up. Even before the bullets hit Azeroth, they were still just absolutely annihilating the planet over and over and over and over, trying to kill each other because of that problem. So the elements in the other worlds, I've always gotten the impression they're weaker. They can't do as much. They are not as strong. They don't have as much power behind them. They don't have as much experience behind them in warfare and combat and all that fun stuff. But they are also far easier to commune with, far easier to get along with. It's easier to make a pact with a fire elemental or whatever from Draenor than it is to make a pact with a fire elemental over on Azeroth. Yes, Kyruk is also in Draenor. We will be talking about him when he becomes relevant in Tanan Jungle. If memory serves, it was the overflow of spirit. I could double-check that real quick, because they talk about it pretty early on. I'd rather give correct information than not. Ugh. There's a reason I keep this book right by here while I'm doing the lore run. Yeah. Here we go. It was actually an absence. What had happened was the world soul of Azeroth was so powerful, it had been absorbing spirit. It had been absorbing all the spirits. So there was a lack of the fifth element, pretty much in its entirety, so the other four elements were raging completely out of control. Which, again, it's emphasized right here, does not happen on most worlds. So I hope that helps to illuminate the variance in the worlds. Now, let's go ahead and talk about... While we're on elemental stuff, let's talk about this damn thing right here. This is a lesser Shaman Stone than the big one over there. These are cool, both in gameplay and in lore. Yes to both questions, Leander. We can enslave her. I mean, convince her to work for us. In gameplay... this is the kind of thing that little details like this are part of why I like Frostfire a little bit more, just inches more than Shadowmoon Valley. Because, first of all, these give you this buff, which enables you to do whatever. Like, there's one that makes you run faster, there's one that makes you do extra fire damage. You know, there's a bunch of various different... buffs you can receive from these Shaman Stones. And not only... You get two of them pretty much automatically. This one and the next one. All the others you have to go exploring for. And the ones you can go exploring for give you some pretty nice buffs. One of them gives you a proc. It's a chance, basically. So when you hit something, you have a chance to basically get 100% multi-strike value for a few seconds. So everything you do suddenly is doing double hits. Which is pretty cool. That's wind, I want to say. Anyways, it's also, again, an aspect of lore, because it emphasizes how the Frostwolves have been here for so long that they have a long-standing contract with the elements here. Rather than just, most contracts are more on the moment, you know, I need you to help me do this, I need you to work with me on this. They have this long-standing contract of, anyone who communes with this stone, we want you to give them this power. Across the entire area, across all of the area that's within their domain here, which is the Frostfire Ridge. So it actually makes sense, even in lore, that those buffs only exist in this zone. And I like that, and it's cool. And yes, technically there should be a elemental lord of spirit on every world, including Azeroth. The only catch is, of course, any elemental lord of spirit on Azeroth would be really, really weak. In fact, I couldn't even begin to guess who that is, because we don't really have any good candidates for that. Cenarius really is not a good candidate for that. Neither is Aenus, or whatever her name is. And none of the other more functional Loas fit the bill for that, I think. So, well, I guess that's true, Necro. There are the Naro statues that I kind of forgot about in the Alliance side. Good afternoon, Bregwin. Wait, you're back! Kill. There's also a little more dialogue on this side. I'll talk about that later. Basically, I ended up liking Gnar and really feeling Gnar's story arc better. You know what I mean? I shouldn't keep comparing it to Shadow Moon. I really enjoy Shadow Moon. It's not like I don't. Don't mistake me.
Gnar did not wait for the muster call. His blood burns too hot.
I hope you remembered that Lord of War video where Gnar was informing Durotan about how he was concerned that Durotan would give in to the bloodlust, you know. It is, yes, that is correct, Craze. It is Thrall's grandmother.
Go, win us a great victory. Tell my husband I will defend the town until he returns.
That's a nice touch there, and we'll get another touch about that, too. I don't know if this is true for all orcs. In fact, I think it actively isn't, based on some things we see later. But among the Frostwolf, females and males pretty much are functionally 100% identical in terms of cultural application. The fact that the wife of the chief will be staying behind to lead the defenses against from the city, it just says something. And again, we'll get another tidbit of that in the future.
Warriors, today the tide turns. We will claim Bladespire Citadel as our own. Fight as one. We win this together.
For the Horde. Oh, wait. The Horde's the bad guys. Right. I really wish there was a conversation somewhere. There isn't. About someone saying, so wait, you're called the Horde. Yes. But our hated enemies are the Iron Horde. Yes. And you hate the Iron Horde. Yes. But you're still the Horde. Yes, we're the real Horde. So the Iron Horde are a fake Horde. Yes. You know, just someone being like...
How goes the fight?
If you choose to continue to help our clan, the other Shaman Stones will sense your closeness to the Frostwolves and bless you with more gifts.
Be cautious. In family, there is power.
The clan is prepared. It is time for us to advance on Bladespire Citadel. It's time for us to strike against those who would enslave us. Yeah, by the way, the Ogres and the Gorians in general are merciless slavers. Ridiculous, merciless slavers. They might be the worst slaving force I've ever seen. Like, at least the Scourge makes you think you want to be a part of them. You know? We travel to Gormal Tower to wrest it from the Bladespire Ogres. I would welcome your company. Mount up! Together we ride to battle.
In one another, we find strength.
Your brother has already rushed ahead.
Gnar is a great fighter, but he is impatient. He has taken some of our best warriors with him. He never listens. His ruthlessness may cost us.
Damn it, Gnar. Yeah, Gnar's got a bit of a violence issue. That is an awesome citadel. I'll show it off a little bit better in a bit here. I really like Bladespire. The fortress, I mean. Orcs have absolutely nothing tightly related to my knowledge. In fact, there's a strong theory I've heard that it's not that strong, but it has nothing contradicting it. That orcs are one of the few innate races. In other words, they are indigenous to Draenor. Since we know for a fact the ogres are not.
Here, Gormal Tower. This will be our foothold. Leave none alive. Look to Ogre!
So, this is as good a time as any to mention the whole variance in the Lords of War trailers that we saw. So the way that worked is they were kind of cheating, narratively speaking. Murad was telling Varian about how things went with his orcs, the people he knew from, you know, our timeline. But then everything except for one of those was actually showing us what happened in alternate version, because a lot of those events didn't actually happen that way in our version of events. Notably Kilrog and Kargath. So, yeah. So that is a bit of a narrative cheat. And I wish they'd explained that a little bit better, but whatever. We do know that Kilrog did see his demise at the hands of the player characters. He references it himself when we fight him. Correct, Necro. The Gorian Empire, I really wish I was up to date on my Roman history. I'm not. I haven't really studied it in quite a long time. But there's an equivalent sect of the old Roman Empire when the Roman Empire was collapsing. That is basically the equivalent of what the Gorian Empire is. Basically, well, I'll talk about the Gorians in just a second. We actually have a lot of Ogre stuff to talk about. There's some really good Ogre lore in Warlords in general. It's actually one of the reasons... Oh yeah, that's another thing we need to talk about while we're here. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Don't worry. The Byzantines aren't quite the direction I was thinking in. I feel like it was somewhere in Britannia, which also fits pretty well here. But again, we'll talk about it in just a second, as soon as they're done
The tower
talking.
is ours. Regroup and press on.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the next quest just to advance layers, but then I'm going to sit for a
We
second and
fight
talk.
together.
I now
Die
understand.
alone.
I now understand how you were able to rescue my clan from the clutches of slavery. Such power!
Run with the pack.
There we go. New layer. You see this? This is the tower they're referencing. I did know that, it's one. I don't remember where the term came from, though, off the top of my head. This is... They do a lot of really good visual storytelling in Warlords Questing and one of the raids. And this is a great example of that. This is a tower. This is... I just stress that point to really show that this is pretty much right here a visual indicator of exactly what has become of the so-called Gorian Empire, which themselves are an offshoot. So here's how this works, okay? There used to be a Gron Empire, and it was massive. This continent over here, they ran all of it, and all of Draenor, and we don't know anywhere else. We don't even know if there's any other continents or whatnot on the world of Draenor, but we do know that at least these two continents were completely under the subjugation of the Gron, okay? Now, the Gron proclaimed themselves to be deities. It was not until quite some time ago in history that the first Gron was killed by an ogre. In fact, they named the ogre. I don't remember his name right now, though. Forgive me. Something Gron killer. And in killing one of the Gron and actually eating some of the body of the Gron, which he didn't do to be gross. He did it to prove that the Gron was just another being like they were. He did it to overthrow the false gods. It's a very Stargate kind of a situation, if you will. So, having done so, whoops, that might have been too far out. Nope, I lived. Fantastic. Having proven that the Gron were not deific and were just other beings like them, the ogres pretty much started forming this massive empire, more or less literally out of the bones of the Gron. They gained momentum very, very, very quickly, and it became a very short period of time before the Gron were actually subjugated underneath ogres. And yes, this was actually either before or after the Arakoa's... Well, excuse me, after or before the Apexis' height of their power. We'll talk a little bit more about the Apexis later, but... In fact, we'll have an entire zone dedicated towards the Apexis and the Arakoa. But all you need to know right now is that the Gron history kind of, again, either happened before or after. And I don't know. To my knowledge, there's nothing that says which it is. It's in the annals of history of Warlords of Draenor, which is already not as well defined as it should be. Because for some reason, well, they just abandoned this expansion rather than really fleshing it out like they could have and made it into an amazing expansion. I still enjoy this expansion. This might have been one of my favorites had they really gone full tilt with it. Like they did with Pandaria. Hi, Summer Haze. So, the Grons became subjugated to the Ogres, And the Ogres pretty much founded the original Ogre Empire. I'll talk about the dumber thing a bit later. There could, Zoan. That is absolutely true. Yeah, no kidding, Bregman. We don't know. We only know that this one continent was floating, obviously, I guess. So the losing my train of thought. Now it's important to keep in mind the chain here, because ogres are not native beings here any more than the Ogren are, any more than the Ogre Lords are, any more than the Gron are, and any more than the Magaron are, and any more than the old Colossi are. All of those were, well, made, built, put here, but we don't know exactly by whom. There are 3 possibilities for candidates, and if you have a 4th candidate, please feel free to share it. The first is the most obvious, the Titans. There's a lot of hints that the Titans showed up on Draenor, started working on it, and then left. And I actually mentioned that the other day, and one of my viewers pointed out a very likely reason for that. They could have shown up here, started working on the planet, found out there was no Titan soul, and lost interest. So, we're out. So the second possibility is the elements themselves. I have no evidence in favor of that, but I also have no evidence against it. I only mentioned it for the sake of completion. The third possibility is whatever old god presence happens to be on Draenor. And again, we know so little about old god presence in Draenor that all I can say is that it exists. And that's about it. We'll talk a little bit more about that here when we get to Nagrand. And of course, over in Outland, I showed that off when we were going through Shadowmoon Valley. And those are basically the only 2 hints about old god presence on this continent, on old Draenor. Anyways, one of these 3 things built or crafted the original creatures, most notably the Magaron, which are the really important ones. Magaron, yes, that is correct, Zoan. And hi, Jaina Proudmore. Actually, well, Leander, overall, they were treated with higher, like, they weren't mistreated as much, but they still had the same general status, if that makes sense, culturally speaking. So, the words, train of thought, I've been having I have not been sleeping that much lately. I thought you liked Fed, so what? You know how long it took me to get that frickin' 150,000 Apexis mount? The Magaron are elemental creatures. In fact, I can actually demonstrate this really quick and easy, because I can fly, and I'm just sitting here talking anyways, so I'm just going to go literally show off what I mean by the Magaron. The Magaron are elemental creatures. It can take me a bit to go over there, so I'll move on to the next one, and we'll talk about the Magaron in just a second. The Magaron birthed the Gron. Now, here's the thing. We don't know exactly what caused this. We don't know what it is that turned the Magaron, or some Magaron, into Gron, especially since Magaron continued to exist. We don't know what it is that made Gron into the Ogren. We don't know what it is that made the Ogren into the Ogres. Zero zip and zilch, Meter Madeira. There is no crisscrossing, other than the fact that because this is an alternate, we see a lot of duplication. Now, the Magaron, so one of the things that's mentioned is the Magaron are specifically terraforming because of some big divine plan. That's part of why I think the Titan theory is the strongest one. That and the fact that the Magaron feel very much like an artificial construct species. And again, I'll show it to you when we get to them in mere moments here, assuming he's out and about right now. And there you are. And they have been, it feels a lot like they have been influenced by the Curse of Flesh, which would explain why some Magaron became Gron, and then further became the Ogre and the Ogre. This is a Magaron. You can kind of see what I mean by an artificial creature. It is literally more stone and element than it is flesh. In fact, it has been argued, and I actually agree with this argument, that a Magaron is actually no flesh at all. That the Gron are the ones who started becoming, fleshy after being influenced by a Curse of Flesh. I mention this because it is logical to me personally that a Curse of Flesh would not be a weapon that only the old gods on Azeroth would use, that there would be other old gods who would have the same capacity to inflict Titan-like creatures with the Curse of Flesh for the same reasons that they were able to inflict it, now that we know a little bit more about how the old gods work. So it is logical to me that a Curse of Flesh could have existed here on Draenor. We do know there's an old god presence here, and these things are originally, more of an artificial life form, elemental life form, that functions entirely around the concept of reshaping the land according to some big plan. So again, I feel like the connections are fairly close here. Possible Necro. So I want to show something else off while we're here. I mentioned the Colossi. We see a couple of the bones of the Colossi, like this one. Unfortunately, I have extremely little lore to share about the Colossi. They had one eye, as you can see there. And that's basically it. That's all I know about them. They were about this big. As you can see, they are quite large. And they're all dead. They are actually extinct. They were all hunted and killed down by their lesser brethren. I have no other lore to share about them whatsoever, so I'm sorry I got nothing. Let me go ahead and show off a Gron, for those of you who haven't really seen one up close. This is a Gron. Now, we've seen the Gron since BC, but one thing I mentioned back in BC when it came to the Gron is how they felt like the partial elemental creature. One way or another, there's no denying that the Gron are fleshy creatures, but I've always felt, especially given the way they function, that they are partially elemental, and this is what Zoan Joker is referring to in chat when we talked about this back in BC. It's been a while. They have these stones literally jutting up out of them, and these elemental runes still kind of carved into them. And they... I don't know. A lot of the way they function and their connection to the earth, Gruul himself is a good example of this, has some elemental connotations to it. I usually get startled by that, but that one really startled me. Thank you, Summer Haze, for the donation. And I appreciate it greatly. And I understand the comment you make, and I get you. We have a donation incentive going on right now, Summer Haze, where you can pick which mount I'm flying around on. My only request is that it be a flying mount. I bought it last week, GG's, before it even came out. So, if you want to pick a mount for me to fly around on, we've been flying around this one for a bit because Gnarlix donated for it. So you may pick another one if you wish to. Anyways. So yeah, that's the Gron. Again, I don't have any hard evidence that the Gron are partial elemental. It just kind of fits with everything that I've seen and know about them. Now, people are asking about the Colossi and why they leave skeletons. Let me re-stress something I mentioned. I implied something earlier and I didn't mean to, and I tried to backtalk on it, and I should really restate that, okay? So, to make this clear, we don't... When I say the only lore we have about the Colossals has to do with their skeletons, the fact that they used to be here, I kind of mean that literally. We don't actually know if these things were stone. We don't know if they were flesh. We don't know if they were Titan-crafted. We don't know if they were elemental. We don't know if they were things that the old gods had built to enforce their will. We know nothing. Nothing about the Colossi. So I implied a connection between the Colossi and the Magron. I didn't mean to do that, and I apologize for that. That's my mistake. The only thing we know, as far as going up the chain from the Ogres, is the Magron, which are the highest up on the chain that we are aware of, and he's probably dead now and not respawned. Oh, never mind, he's still right there. So these guys, who we definitively know are elemental creatures, and possibly fully elemental creatures, are definitely the... are as far up as we know from Ogres. Chris, it's actually already been uploaded. It will be going live at some point. I can give you a date if you give me a minute, but I know it's in June. It's like late June, I want to say, is when Pandaria is going to start going live. Looks like Pandaria will start going live June 30th is when Pandaria will start going live. So there is your answer. Okay. Now let's see what Zewan was doing. Some teeth. None of Pandaria should be up now. Unless you're talking about the discussion I did, and that was on my other channel, my stream channel. Oh, right, we're not here. We're here. Where's the slut suit? Thank you, Zewan. The slut suit charges ahead to be tied. Per Zewan, though, I want to show off something. Oh, yeah, so Summer Haze, sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say this out loud. I'm on my favorite mount. I earned this mount, so I've got personal connection to it. I earned it when it was hard, so I'm really pleased with it. I was the main tank for Icecrown Citadel 25 when we were doing this. This is the mount I've wanted since vanilla. That's not a joke or an exaggeration. I actually made a paladin because I assumed a paladin would someday be able to become a death knight and I would be able to ride this mount. I'm not joking. That was actually the reason. It has a great wingspan, which I love. Its wing animation is great, which I love. It's really well designed. Yeah, this is my favorite mount for like 6 different reasons. So anyways, this is a more complete Colossus skeleton. Now, this is interesting to me right here. So this is one of its hands. And this is a club it was wielding. Now, according to legend, this Colossi was killed by the Thunderlord clan. I don't quite buy that. So, either way, it is worth noting that none of this is wood. This is clearly and definitively rock and stone. All of it is. 100% of this club it was using. I don't know if that's significant. I just thought I'd point it out. Because some people ask how they found a tree that big. And some people have actually used this to theorize that world trees actually existed on Draenor. But there's no wood in that. It's pretty obvious just from looking at it. And as you can see, we see a little bit more of its complete skeleton here. Don't worry, that's not skin or anything. That's literally just the roofing they've put on us. Because this is actually a home. They have built up a... basically, they have turned this skeleton into a building. Several buildings, actually. And, yeah. It's hard to get a real scale for the sense of the scale for the size of this thing. So I'm just going to show off that massive tower there. And again, keep in mind MMO size, too. Needs to be kept in mind as well. Oh, I know, Zolan. Could you imagine if the Lich King found the bones of the Colossi? It is theorized, but we don't know for certain, because that's the realm of myth. That's a good question, Samurai. I'll let you know when I find out. So I just want to re-stress this. The render radius is sufficient to show the full distance of the thing laying down. You can see its leg here, and its hand up there. But you notice it's already starting to get foggy by the time it reaches the hand. That's how big this thing is. And you can see its spine up here, too. And it's, of course, been, you know, snow over the years has drifted up over the rest of its back. So this is a Colossal. I really wish we knew more lore about the Colossus. I would love to know more about what these things were, why, where, what made them go all extinct, you know. There's a lot of possibilities there, and there's a lot they could do with that. But again, unfortunately, as I told you before, we have very, very little lore about the Colossals. Yeah, you think Blizzard normal mobs are big. You know, people are always talking about, why is that NPC so huge? Think about this thing. Oh yeah, sorry. Let me give you a sense of the scale of this thing, okay? So hang on. Let me do it one by one, okay? First, here's a shot of the thing's head, okay? Alright, you got that shot in mind? Oh, hang on, I gotta kill someone real quick. Stupid Thunderlord. You don't matter. Your clan is weak and you should feel bad. Alright, so getting up close a bit more, this is one of its teeth. Now granted, my character is probably only about 5.5 feet tall, give or take. See you around, Deutsch. You will be missed. So granted, my character is probably only about 5.5 feet tall. But this is the size of one of the thing's teeth. What'd you say, little one? I'm not sleeping, I'm working. Hang on a second, kiddo. Azura, you still there? Hey, Jade. I gotta get some work done. But I want you to say hi to someone, okay? Do that for me. Please. Okay. Can you say hi, Azura? Can you do that for me, please?
Hi, spider.
There's no spider.
There was a spider
But
on
it's
the
gone now. We
screen.
defeated it, didn't we? Can you say hi, Azura? Please? She's had a bad day. I want you to cheer her up.
She's just a red thing.
Say hi.
She's a red thing.
She has red hair, yes.
But she's a red thing.
Jaina, say hi, Azura.
She's a red thing.
Jaina, say hi. I know you're shy. Please say hi. You just woke up, didn't you?
Yeah.
Can you say hi to the stream?
Why did I wake up from my nap?
I don't know. Did you? Layla's not even awake yet, is she?
Why?
Because she's napping too.
But why is she tired?
We're so tired. Good night, little one.
Why stop napping?
Wait, why did that... Oh, it's still... that it saw it as a link. That's why. Leander says hi. The1 says hi. Gigi says hi.
Oh, Gigi's daddy's mama.
Can you say anything at all? Can you say, for the Empire?
Popsicle.
That's not what I asked you to say. How could you? How could you? You'll never get free.
I'm breaking the tree logs.
You broke it. You're safe now. Whoop, careful. Alright, so we're talking about the Colossals. You want to see more of the Colossals?
Yeah.
So this is a tooth. Do you see it?
Yeah.
It's hard to see, but if we zoom out some more, whoops, we were too close to it. There.
But is it a tooth?
Do you see the size of that tooth?
Yeah.
Look how huge that is.
Why is there two?
Well, why do you have teeth?
Oh, they're tiny. Oh, they're itty baby ones.
Of course they are. You haven't grown this big yet. What do you... If you keep doing something, you'll grow this big, though, won't you? Won't you?
Oh, if I keep eating.
Mm-hmm. What else do you have to do to keep growing?
Pee.
Yes, that is true. Do you have to go potty? You just woke up.
I don't have to.
Well, you do need to change your pull-up.
Why?
Because your current pull-up has been utilized.
Well, I did poop in it.
You did, I know. I can smell it. Now, do you see this?
Yeah.
Is that a hand?
Yeah.
What's it grabbing? It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that a club?
Yeah.
It was a very large club. And the mere fact that it is crafted means this thing had at least some degree of war competency.
There's two teeth stuff.
Mm-hmm. It has two very big teeth. And one more try. Can you say hi, Azura? Say hi, Azura.
Hi, goodbye.
Okay, say goodbye, Azura.
He said hello. He didn't say goodbye.
Jane, if you don't, I'll tickle you.
spy.
Nope, you didn't say it. You didn't say it. Tickles everywhere. Tickles everywhere.
I said a hi.
But you didn't say hi, Azura. It's not that hard of a word to pronounce. Say hi, Azura.
Hi, too. There's a long tooth.
There's no tooth.
I see one.
There's no tooth.
I see one.
The other thing about the Colossi here, little one, is if you'll see, there are buildings built out of them.
What is that?
Do you see those towers?
Yeah.
Those are watchtowers. People get up in them in order to make sure that no one can hurt them. They are for defense.
What? That's a tooth.
That's not a tooth. That is a spine, little one. Careful of the mic. Thank you. Do you see these guys?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what these are?
They're birds.
They are a form of birds, yes. These are called Rylax. Now, Rylax are a native species of Draenor, which is another world. And Rylax, they have two heads. Do you see that?
Yeah.
But they've got really long wings and very thin bodies. They also have no hands to speak of. So they have to rely on their different heads in order to manipulate the environment around them. They are very popular to be tamed because of how useful and strong they are. Now, if you look around here, you see all those spikes of rock?
Yeah.
That's because this whole region is in a state of upheaval. There are these creatures called Magaron, and the Magaron are shoving the land around, shaping it, terraforming it bit by bit, almost as if they were told to do so by a
I
group.
want to see another tooth.
Okay, we'll go find another one, like that one. Almost as if they were told to do so by a group called the Titans.
I want to see that tooth.
We'll go see it, okay?
Okay, where is it?
It's way over there. We're going to have to fly over there, aren't we?
Yeah. Why is she flying so fast?
She's flying as fast as she can. It's very difficult in all the cold. Do you see all the snow?
Yeah.
Do you see all the fire?
Yeah.
The fire is because of the upheaval they've been doing. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Do you see how it looks like it's on fire?
Yeah.
Well, it actually isn't. That is elemental energy, runes that have been crafted to shape and change the land by this individual right here, Vrock. Can you say hi, Vrock?
Why did she land on him?
She didn't. She's behind him. See? She's hovering over here. He's so big that we're having a difficulty showing him off on the camera. Hello. So you see how he's...
I'm watching him.
Yes. I try. Here it is. So as you can see,
Through the lava.
there is lava here, isn't there?
Why do we go through it? The lava.
We're not going to go through the lava, silly. That would hurt us, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Instead, we're going to show it off from a distance. Look how high up we are. See all that lava? Notice the lava pools themselves are actually in the form of an elemental rune. Again, showcasing the way that they are trying to change the land around us. Because according to the Magaron, this is what the land should actually look like.
Why didn't she land on top of the hill?
Okay, which hill? Which hill? Which hill?
The hill behind you.
That hill?
No.
That hill.
No, the lava hill.
You mean, right here, if I can get it?
Yeah.
If I can get it, I might not be able to. I might not have a landable surface on it. Not all terrain actually is landable. Oh, there we go. We landed.
Why did we land in it?
We're right there, see? We're on that tiny outcropping. That's us.
But why did she stop turning into a dragon?
Because the dragon wasn't necessary anymore. We've landed. We only get on the dragon when we're in the air. Do you want to take off into the air?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take off and go this way. Now.
What? I want to see something. I want to see.
Never
I want to
see.
see the tooth.
I'll show you the tooth if you say hi to Azura.
I said a hi.
No, you haven't said it. Say hello, Azura.
Hi.
She's super shy right now. She does this in person too. We'll be in a restaurant or a grocery store, a clothing store, and we'll be like, say hi, and she goes, no, and she shies away. And she says, I can't say hi.
Hi.
Say hi, Azura.
Goodbye.
Say goodbye, Azura.
Goodbye, Azure.
There you go. Good girl. I will show you the tooth, for I am a man of my word.
What are those big concrete mans?
Those These are called Gron, little one. You see the whole concrete design they've got? That's because they are part stone, part element. Most of them are skin and muscle and bone, just like you and me, but they've also got some elements going throughout them that makes them strong and big. And they've got one eye, because they're dumb. This guy, though, he's mostly stone. See?
Oh, he's stone and lava.
That's right. Is that lava elemental?
Yeah. Well, he's already big.
He is. He has already grown very large and strong. He ate all his meals, and he did all of his exercise, and he took all the naps he needed to.
Some trees are growing.
I don't see any trees.
Those trees were growing.
There are a few trees here, not too many. Lumber is in short supply in this place because of all the snow.
I want to let the dragon dig in the snow.
Okay, here we go.
Why has he been digging in the snow?
You asked him to.
Okay.
Actually, it's a her. This is Vanquish, is her name.
That's the last two.
See that giant tooth?
Yeah.
Look at how huge it is. Look at it compared to this dragon. It's gigantic. Look at it. Do you see it?
It's a rhino dragon. What's a rhino?
A rhino doesn't use a tooth like that. A rhino has a horn. Similar shape, though, so very good on the spatial recognition.
A rhino.
Now, I need to get back to work, okay?
Alright.
It's okay. Opa's up now and Layla's up now. So they can take care of you while I finish up working, okay? Now remember, you need to change your pull-up, all right? Ask for help if you need it, okay? So as I discussed, this is deliberate terraforming that is being done by the Magron. Now, I mentioned how that's how they want the world to be, but there's also probably another interpretation. If there's one thing that reshaping the land and magma is very good at doing, it's changing the land into a new shape. And given the fact that we know the Titans in general and the Keepers who follow them tend to follow the more long-term perspective on things, it is entirely within reasoning that what they're doing is they're trying to get rid of the snowy area of Frostfire, but they're not going to replace it with lava and magma. They're using that to change it, to alter the terrain, and, you know, in a few centuries, it might turn into whatever it is they're actually trying to turn it into. So that's the Magron and the Gron, and the most adorable person in the world. They, that whole Curse of Flesh thing feels like it's stretching it a bit, but there has to be some explanation for the fact that Magron went to Gron, went to Ogron, went to Ogre. And it is just all the way down the chain. The Ogres themselves are actually an interesting species because they have a bit of a built-in mutation amongst them. 2 mutations, actually. Some Ogres are actually Cyclopean. They have only 1 eye. It's a very rare trait, but not as rare as the other trait, which is having 2 heads. Now, to make this clear, there are 2 types of 2-headed ogres, natural born and the ones that Gul'dan crafted. The vast majority of the 2-headed ogres you've seen throughout the course of everything from Warcraft 2 and onwards have been the ones that Gul'dan crafted with fell magic. The natural-born ones back in the society were basically the cream of the crop. Any given 2-headed ogre automatically was better. than other ogres, based on the way that the society of that ancient empire worked. So, and that fell forward into the Gorian Empire as well. So, yeah, upper crust of their aristocracy was always two heads, including whatever given imperator or emperor was in charge. Now, I mentioned the Gorian Empire being a splinter group. Part of what I meant about that is the Gorian Empire was once part of the, we don't know what it's called, but I usually just refer to it as the Ogre Empire. The Ogre Empire. Congratulations, Bregman. With Arcane, I'm leaning towards no. Fel usually allows you to bypass problems and difficulties and rules because of the nature of how Fel works. Yeah. I know that's the one. They don't know that. So the ancient Ogre Empire had one branch, one province, let's call it. And that province existed here on Draenor. And over time, that ancient Ogre Empire basically self-destructed from within. And, well, I shouldn't say self-destructed, because it's possible it still exists. And there's a couple hints, very tiny hints here and there, that there is still the Ogre Empire across the sea over here. We just don't really know what state it's in. It could, be a full-fledged, awesome Empire of Doom, or it could be a completely wasteland, Fallout kind of a situation. We don't know. I have no information to give you. Personally, I would love to have this whole continent over there of what used to be this massive empire and is now basically, Fallout, as in the series Fallout. Anyways, one way or the other, that group has not been in contact with anyone on Draenor in an extremely long period of time. So the ogres that were left here, the province, they formed their own empire, and that is the Gorian Empire. The Gorian Empire was never as big or as strong as the ancient Ogre Empire, but they were pretty good, and they had access to a lot of magic. Now, this is a fun thing that I like to share. This is not the only society like this in Warcraft, but the Ogre Empire and the Gorian Empire valued magic basically above anything else. If you were a arcane-capable ogre, you were automatically better than another ogre, even if that other ogre was smarter or stronger or had better positioning with regards to his family or had greater accomplishments under his belt. Doesn't matter. You're a mage, you're better. Now, there's some complexity there, too, and there's a lot of politics involved, too, which we'll talk about later. But this was a magical empire, and so the most powerful of the arcane ogres went out of their way to craft, the way gates, and most of the ruins we'll be seeing throughout this place will not be Night Elven, they will be ogres. Now, functionally speaking, the ogres basically replaced the Night Elves. And some people have said that with a derogatory tone. In other words, oh, well, instead of seeing Night Elf ruins all over the place and Night Elf artifacts, we see ogre artifacts. And to a degree, that's true. I still enjoy it, and I think part of the reason why is because they're ogres. The idea that the ogres were the arcane masters of the world appeals to me. Now, we also talked about this. Some people have asked, okay, what the heck? Yeah, exactly, Necro. What the heck is with so many of the ogres having the we're dumb mentality? As I've pointed out, not all ogres are dumb. Yet one of the things we saw is that the Gorian Empire itself had a fairly large number of ogres who were intelligent. Very few of the Gorian ogres were stupid. In fact, the only Gorian forces we see that are actually consistently stupid are the Ogren. And the Ogren are stupid basically as a species trait. In other words, the Ogren have difficulties functioning intellectually. So, there's never been an example of an intelligent Ogren, for example. But the vast majority of ogres we meet are well-spoken and well-mannered and cultured, or, well, by their terms, cultured, and have that whole, intelligence thing going through them, especially the mages. And I'll talk especially about Margok himself later on, and Shogal for that matter. But we had this theory that we talked about back in BC, which I want to share with you again now because it's relevant, about why the ogres had that weird, dumb perspective. And there's two theories, and both are basically the same, just different application. The theory is basically that someone basically culled the ogres of the intelligent ones when they were being enslaved. It was either the ancient Gorian Empire themselves went out of their way to not teach the non-arcane ogres, so that the non-arcane ogres would have more of a class gap between the ones who actually could use arcane magic. And so it's a form of enforced classism. You know, don't teach the masses so that they will never be intelligent enough to fight us. I don't go for that one personally, having thought about it some more. I think it's much more likely that this is Gul'dan's fault. Because one of the first things the demonic horde did was basically took over the ogres, all of the ogres that were left on Draenor, back in our Draenor, and enslaved all those ogres. Very appropriate, isn't it? Because the ogres enslaved the orcs prior to it. In both settings, the Gorian Empire was a ridiculously, ruthlessly evil, oppressive slaver force. We've actually seen this already a bit in the Lords of War thing, especially what they did with Kargath. That's just messed up. You know, the whole fake promise of redemption as long as you fight each other thing, that's just... anyways, so... it is my perspective, it's my theory, that Gul'dan and his demonic horde, when they took over the ogres, they culled them, and the ones that were left were either were literally forced to be stupid, they had fell magic after all, in order to make them into a slave race, or any ogre that had a brain was killed, and so only very, very few ogres who were still intelligent were the ones who actually survived. Imagine if you went through a real-life human situation and took all the people, you know, all the humans in an area, and just killed all the ones who were showed any lick of intellect, leaving with only the worst of the crop to be a obedient slave race. That's kind of what we're talking about here. I'm going to say no, Necro, because it is my opinion that the orcs and ogres and Ogren are all, and the Gron are all part of the same cycle of violence, because the Gron were subjugated and brutalized by the Magaron, and the Ogren were subjugated and brutalized by, well, everyone, actually, and the ogres were subjugated and brutalized by the Gron, and the orcs were subjugated and brutalized by the ogres, and so, yeah, all of these different factions. I'll talk about that in a second, Necro. It's that cycle of violence thing. You know, if you as a people are oppressed and brutalized forever, you're basically going to turn into the Narn, aren't you? We don't know, Meter Madeira. I gave my theories on that when we were going through Gilneas, so I will repeat my theories about the Ettins. My theory is that the Ettins are flawed creations of Gul'dan. That Ettins were ogres, and he was warping them with fell magic to give them the second head and the the warlock powers, and the Ettins are the ones that just screwed up. And so what you had is something even dumber than a normal ogre, and the two-headed Ettin thing. That's my theory on them. We don't know. Otherwise, there's actually very, 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 very little lore about the Ettins to share. So that's a brief history on the Gorian Empire and the ogres and their place in it. That's also one of the reasons why, and again, visual storytelling, this tower we just claimed basically is just a couple of ruined walls. Now, Bladespire Fortress itself is in better shape, but if you're actually paying attention, you can still see where the catapults are no longer complete, and where it hasn't been properly maintained, especially along that ridge there. And you can kind of see how even this fortress, which used to be a part of the Gorian Empire, isn't anymore. This is a splinter of a splinter here, has fallen into disrepair. I also find several of the things they do with regards to the ogres fascinating, because all the writing we have of the ogres here on the Gorians, of the Gorian Empire, takes into account the fact that they are ogres. You know, you couldn't just replace humans with the ogres, or orcs with the ogres. Most of their society functions the way it does because they are ogres, because they are giant, strong creatures. You know, they have kind of the perspective of the more layers of fat you have, the more the higher class you are, and if you have much stronger muscles, you are shown to be someone who is clearly of military background and whatnot. They have these things where the way they eat is actually done as part of a diplomatic tactics. It's all cool. I like it. Anyways, so let's go ahead and talk to Durotan.
All I need is a wolf at my side and a fellow warrior at my back.
Bladespire has been a plague on my people for many years. Yes, I will, Necro. We'll get to see a lot of the visual storytelling in Gorgrond. It's one of the things they did, like I said earlier, very right with Warlords. This ends today. Now to explain it to the ogres in a way they will understand. If you still wish to help us, place our banner in the corpses of our adversaries. Their courage will falter as they behold a field of Frostwolf trophies. This is our way. I will meet you ahead when you have completed the deed.
Make us proud. I will ride ahead. Frostwolves, hold the tower. I will forestall any counterattacks by the enemy. Loktarogar.
So, in Pandaria they did the thing where they would have the occasional cutscene, right? Like we had at the end of the Valley of the Four Winds, for example. Just to name one example of that. However, they kind of took that one step further by having these really awesome live cutscenes. Now, they've had live cutscenes since vanilla. You know, Darrowshire is the most obvious example I can think of. The entire chain with Tyrion is another example. But they really did a better job of it in Warlords than I'd ever seen before. I was trying to explain it to PAX when I was in the beta of Warlords. Good night, Someone. I will kill many, many orcs for you. Yeah, in this zone, because Thunderlords. Anyways, so, but the overall style and approach they did to the in-game cutscenes, I'm not talking about rendered, I'm not talking about the camera being taken away from you to show something, I mean live, actually, while you're still playing the game, events are happening around you cutscenes, was just done to a increased competency. I don't know what else to call it in Warlords, and I really feel like it helped flesh out that questing experience and the storyline. It made you feel like you were part of the actual events as they were happening. Because you yourself can jump around and goof off or be a part of it, or roleplay, or whatever it is you want to do while the events are happening. They might ask why I'm mentioning that right now. Well, the very first of these live cutscene events I ever saw is the one we're actually about to see in mere moments. And there's a few others as we go through this particular series of events. They really... most of this is done with layering, and they really had polished the layering in this expansion. I'm really looking forward to what they do in Legion.
Stand back.
Okay.
It seems the elements of Draenor do not respond to me as they do on Azeroth. Go on ahead. Durotan awaits. I must catch my breath.
So first of all, again, the continuation of the whole plot thread of Thrall not really being able to function with the elements the way he should. Second of all, the fact that that act really winded him, which it kind of shouldn't have. This is Thrall, someone who is continuously casting at the Maelstrom for like a month solid. And he's getting winded by tossing around a hurricane. Again, that just emphasized how much weaker Thrall is here on Draenor. In fact, I hate to say this, but I actually kind of wish he'd stayed this week. A power reset is a good way to help add longevity to a character, in my opinion. We don't want the Dragon Ball situation, after all. And I'm not ignoring you, Red Sea, I just have no advice I feel I can give. I will defer to the chat on that one. I don't know if you saw this, but as I was approaching this Ogre, he was just randomly kicking the Frostwolf there. So these are specifically the Bladespire Ogres. This is a little bit of a screwed up cutscene, which is a shame, because what's supposed to be happening is he's holding that grub up to the fire. He's not trying to kill it, he's trying to torture it. By just
Everybody pulls their weight.
But just kind of, holding someone right up by the flame. I mean, think about that for a moment. Think about how that would feel to be there. Also, I love the size of this bonfire that the Bladespire Ogres maintain. Especially since, in lore, this is being maintained through elemental magic. This is interesting to me, because what we find out as we go through here is the lesser castes of the Ogres, because they didn't have access to the kind of arcane magiry that the actual upper castes did, they practiced shamanistic magiry. So we actually see more Ogre shamans than we do orcs throughout the course of this. In fact, two of the bosses, or no, excuse me, three of the bosses in the Ogre dungeon, which I'm probably not going to show you, are shamans, are elemental shamans.
Frostwolf blood runs thick.
These are no ordinary enemies, that you show no sign of weakness. In his haste, Gnar advanced before this area was secured. He is a matchless warrior, mind you, but his tactics are costly. Golkosh and his troops were ordered to destroy enemy supplies, but ogres have stolen the oil he needs. Retrieve the oil, see that their mission is carried out. If they still live, direct them to rejoin me at the entrance. I must see to my wounded brothers.
Stay strong. I will get these orcs to safety and meet with you outside.
Allow me to go ahead and say that I really don't agree with this. We are here to conquer Bladespire Citadel. As in, we are here to claim it and make it orcish. We are here to make this a part of the Frostwolf people. Why are we destroying their supplies? I mean, seriously. Stop kicking that dead wolf. Oh, well, thank you, Brocanton. I hope I live up to your expectations, basically. God, guys, the pressure's on now. Uh-oh. Seriously, why are we burning this place down? We should be conquering it. But as we'll see, even the Frostwolves, who are actually basically the good orcs, aren't what we would normally refer to as good people. And that again has to do with orcish culture. Remember, as I said before, the orcs as a whole are a subject to the whole cycle of violence problem. I like the touch that other people have been impaling them with the tabards as well. I know, Necrospike, it's weird. Whoop, whoop, hello. Well, like I said, as soon as we finish Warlords, and honestly, I can't predict it taking longer than a week, we're going to be doing a little bit of a break from streaming while I get caught up on the YouTube side of things. And then we'll be back to regular streaming. So, getting back to that whole brutality thing, those are axes in his palms, and his leg, and his foot, and his gut. And this one really impresses me. That is an ogre impaled into the ceiling. That's how hard he was shoved in there. Again, the Frostwolf are the closest thing to good orcs we get, really. Because, yeah. Yeah. This really helps to inform exactly the kind of society. It makes perfect sense, though. It is emphasized over and over and over and over. I'll explain that, Azure, if you want me to. Over and over and over, it's explained how the or the orcs in general, Draenor, is this very savage, violent, horrible place. And I know, we've certainly seen some terrible places in Azeroth, but the implication, and they kind of get this across, I always had the impression and the feeling, is that Draenor is just worse. It is more violent. it is more horrible. It is more deadly. People die here just in regular existence. There's a reason the only group that, excuse me, the only two groups who ever made a lasting civilization in this setting are the Ogres, I mean, just logical, and the Apexis. Note that I do not say the Arakoa. I would argue that the Arakoa do not have a lasting or strong civilization, but we'll talk about that later. We'll talk about the Apexis later. But yeah, so even the Orcs, even the Iron Horde, hasn't really fully tamed the land, and we see that many times. As much as the Iron Horde has this strong, powerful, technologically empowered military force, they're still struggling just against the terrain. That is how violently destructive this entire world is. And that gets back to the whole thematic thing I mentioned with regards to the Magaron, is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring that up. It is emphasized quietly, subtly, in aspects of good writing throughout this thing. And I feel like this is a plot thread they wanted to continue on, and then Warlords was abandoned. That Warlords is literally a world that's in the middle of upheaval. We see this in the Breaker versus the Overgrowth conflict. We see this in how the Zanger are slowly approaching. We see this in how the Magaron, not just in Frostfire, but across the world, are trying to re-terraform and reshape the land. We see that Draenor is literally a world that is in shift physically, terrain-wise, in addition to culturally and in terms of politics and war. And that will create a very chaotic, very desperate fight for survival situation. Now, some people have asked if there is a Titan world soul in Draenor. All the evidence points to no. But I kind of feel like the original intention was for there to be a world soul in Draenor. And my reason for saying that is, this feels like what Azeroth was like during the time of the Trolls. When Azeroth was a lot less tame, when there was still a lot more violent things in the world, when the Keepers were still actively running around trying to reshape the territory and trying to fix everything that's going on, when the most intelligent of the Proto-Drakes were ones who barely understood communication, and there were no dragons. You know, all of that stuff. All that stuff we heard about and learned about and discussed with regard to Azeroth. So, and that was all deliberate. That was all done by the Keepers as part of deliberate, intelligent design to try and adapt through survival, enforced survival of the fittest, to make it so that only the best and the brightest and the strongest would make these lasting civilizations, which would then be able to help empower the intelligence and will and soul of the Titan soul within. Also, I just feel like pointing out there are dead orcs here, too, because that's just the nature of it. Good night, Jaina Proudmoore. We take losses at every step. Legion comes out August 30th. There you go, Gokosh. See that massive, massive pile of supplies? Food, medicine, herbs, meat. The brutality and violence and vicious nature of the Frostwolves can be excused and explained. I got no explanation for this. This is just dumb. Yes, Necro, that's true. And that's mentioned a few times too. Hey, it's an Ogre. This is an Ogre, if I haven't showed them off properly. As I mentioned before, the Ogrins actually have a biological predilection for being dumb. And they are looked down upon by their superiors, the Gron. They are looked down upon by their inferiors, the Ogres. When the Ogres took over, see you around, Azura. Enjoy your books. Basically every single force that has ever been in power here has used the Ogren as if they were little better than cattle. And as a result, pretty much all the Ogren are kind of an abused, misused race. And we see that consistently across the entirety of this. The Iron Horde is no exception. Yeah. So let's talk about Eshir's question. He was asking about why the Frostwolves suck right now. The answer is actually very, very easy to answer. So what happened a few years prior to now, 7 years prior now, I want to say, Grom came forward and said, "We will unite. We will never be slaves, but we will be conquerors." I shouldn't make fun. It's actually a great line. I love that line. Oh yeah, by the way, check that out. This is a stonecaster, a.k.a. a shaman. We'll see more of those later, like I said. But anyways, so, I'm glad you're liking him, Ricky. So, the Grom sent out the big call. You know, we must unite. We must unite against Zeiss as a new Iron Horde. Our bond is iron, and iron being a big aspect of things. This is another reason why I mentioned, by the way, that whole correlation between old Azeroth. Technologically speaking, basically no one had gotten beyond utilizing iron. They're at a point in history where iron is like the pinnacle of what you can utilize, what you can access. Imagine in Civilization 5, the moment in which iron is revealed on the map, and for those first, several hundred turns after that, iron is like a super, super valuable resource. That's kind of where they're at here in Draenor. And the fact that they were able to tame and utilize iron is a big deal. That's why the whole Iron Horde thing is such a big deal. I also admit I've always liked the iron aesthetic, but I'll talk more about that later. So, Grommash sent out his call, and a huge number of the clans accepted it. Some of them didn't. Some of the ones that didn't were the Laughing Skull, I know there's a third one. I can't remember who. Whatever, the Laughing Skull is a big one. And of course the other big one is the Frostwolves. There's some of the only Orc clans that said, no, we're not actually going to join you. Yes, basically Necro. Most of the technology that was used here was either the Gorians' technology, and I keep putting that in quotes because it's pure magic. There's actually no tech involved. As we'll see, I mean, look at this. This is a stone and wood fortress that is only being held together because it's made by ogres, and there's shamanistic magic and, keeping the structure sound. You'll notice there's actually no iron or metal at all, actually, in the construction of this thing. Just to make my point. So, yeah. Even amongst the ogres, they were pretty much leaning on their magic and their strength. And amongst the orcs, they were slaves to the ogres until very, very recently, about 2 centuries ago, when the Draenei helped save them from the Gorians. Obviously, they get credit too for having pushed back against the Gorian Empire. But the point remaining, only the orcs have basically only had 2 centuries to make their own civilization and culture. So yeah, Stone Age. And yeah, it is absolutely valid to say that Garrosh and, more importantly, Raytheon uplifted the orcs. Raytheon provided knowledge, understanding, mechanical assistance. He brought forth more people, more resources. He brought forth lumber. He brought forth the goblins of the Blackfuse company, the ones that were still loyal to Garrosh's forces. All of that was brought forth by Raytheon and at his behest. So it really is more accurate to say Raytheon is actually the one who uplifted the orcs here, but it is still undeniable that happened regardless. The point of all this, though, is that the Frostwolves said no, and then that was actually a few years ago in lore. Then follow a few years of the Frostwolves suddenly being alone and unable to trade or coordinate with any of the other clans, most notably including the other clan which had a strong presence in the region. That would be the Thunderlord clan. And the Thunderlords did join the Iron Horde. So all of a sudden, their closest neighbor, who was a trading partner, who they had diplomatic relations with, such as it is, was suddenly a bitter enemy who was trying to kill them at every turn, because that's how that worked. Anyone who is not part of the Iron Horde is a resource to be consumed or burnt. So, yeah, that's pretty much the big reason why the that's the first major reason why the Frostwolves are starting from the back. Unlike the Draenei, who had a decent establishment and then the Iron Horde hit them full tilt, the Frostwolves start off with nothing, and we're going to be helping as we go throughout this zone, lifting them up to the point where they are a decent power again. There's one other big reason, though, why... yes, I know, Necro. There is one other big reason, timey-wimey. There's another big reason why... the Frostwolves are not doing so well, and that is because of the fact that their leadership has been divided for a long time, pretty much ever since their leader died. So what happened was the chieftain of the Frostwolves, and I can't remember his name, forgive me, it was Duraton and Gunnar's father. They actually had a third brother too, Fenris. So Fenris, Durotan, and Gunnar are the three sons of the or the chieftain of the Frostwolves, and that chieftain was actually killed during a Thunderlord attack, which we'll discuss more later. That left, and Fenris was gone, so that left Gunnar and Durotan as the two who were in charge. But the problem is the two basically had equal following amongst the clan. About half the clan, was like, Gunnar is my chieftain, and about half the clan was like, Durotan is my chieftain. And the two disagreed on each other so many things that, well, they exactly what you would imagine would happen. So they had weak leadership in addition to being in a screwed up situation. Anyways, I'm going to look up the third clan thing. I swore there was something I was reading recently about there being another orc group that didn't join. Give me just a moment, okay? I could be mistaking my memory here. No, the Burning Blade did end up joining. They just don't really have a huge presence. Yeah, the female warlord we end up killing. Oh, that was it. That's right. The Burning Blade didn't join initially, and then Grom pretty much personally went out to court the Burning Blade, and the Burning Blade ended up siding with them instead. They were that's right. We'll discuss that when we get to Nagrin, but the Burning Blade were kind of on the fence right up until a few events in Nagrin, and so they're a little more of a gray situation. That's the third clan I was thinking of, which doesn't actually really count. Anyways, so let's get back to quests. No. It's so weird. I spend so much of this lore run just sitting and talking. Every now and again, I get confused when I get back to doing the quests and rating them for you guys. I guess that says something about me.
We fight together, or die alone.
Golkosh has accomplished his mission, then. Gunnar led Ligra and the others to the second level of the fortress. Your friend Thrall also went to lend his skills. Follow the ramp on the south end of the ramparts. Help them bring victory to Frostwolf.
In one another.
So I have to admit, I love this. This is so Ogre. This is just a typical Ogre strategy. We're going to make part of our fortress a giant ramp. A smooth ramp, because we want to make sure that we can roll giant balls of molten magma down it. Also, as you can see, not all the Frostwolves are as successful as dodging this as we are. Of course, the moment I say that, I'm probably going to get hit by something. As you can see, we're having a bit of a time up here. There's another one of those Ogre right there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So what the Ogre were doing was they have this pit up here of elementally maintained lava. And this thing, they literally just put boulders in here to sit in the magma, and they have the Ogre pick them up and toss them down the hill as a defense mechanism. For the record, I do think that would hurt the Ogre. I just don't think they care. Just another example of the Ogrens being abused.
Loktar Ogar, champion.
Many were killed or wounded on the way here. After Gunnar advanced into the fortress, the Bladespire unleashed a giant creature on our forces. I am still weak after using my magic, but at least I can help this orc in her recovery. Help take Dorog down. Okay.
We will not be broken.
Now I'll go help the fight. Yep.
Press the attack!
I honestly feel so bad for the Ogre. I really do. They are the most abused of all the races on Dragon. And that's saying something. They are little better than tools to everyone.
The Horde has important work here.
The room shook when the monster fell. Your deeds will not go unremembered. The entrance to this fortress is clear again, thanks to your help. Inside's another story. Find your way in. Leave no ogre standing as you go.
For the Horde.
Ligro was sent with extra weapons to equip enslaved Frostwolves. Arm the slaves, and they can cut their way to their slavers.
Our spirit will triumph.
Hey, Darker. We'll talk about those when we get there, Magister. Alright, it's time to take the upper echelon, bastion, I guess, of the fortress, shall we? No, Azure. Now, a further serious question. Why would it? So as you can see, naturally, the ogres practice extensive slavery. They also eat their slaves, because the ogres can do that. In other words, basically, you work well or you get eaten. And then you probably get eaten anyways, because you've been, you know, toughened up. That's not all they eat, of course. They eat other things. Like pigs and rats. Be free. Yes, that guy's title is Boar Buster. That's actually a title. I guess it never bothered me, Escher, because why wouldn't Thrall be here? This is the Frostwolves, and that's his dad. I mean, Thrall, you know? It's one of those this makes perfect sense to me moments. Yes, Kay. They like their meat cooked. They don't like it raw. With some exceptions. I may read another short story for you. I don't think I will. It took so long to read the last one. So I probably won't read it for you. But there's a short story I'm going to reference, which goes a little bit more into the ogre culture. Yeah, I wish Agra had just stayed home. And please don't bring feminism into that. What I mean by that is I don't like Agra as a character. God. The fact that I even have to say that's irritating. Be free. Be free. Of course I do, Brookhampton. Why wouldn't I? Do you think I call myself the Lorerunner for fun? Well, okay, I kind of do. But no, there are other reasons, too. He's another example of that whole, you know, torturing someone just for fun kind of situation. I mean, I guess they are the enemy here, but still. Oh, God, I talked about why I don't like Agra for, like, 3 days solid back in Kata. She has no decor about her at all. She is very brusque, very blunt. She's very know-it-all. She automatically assumes she knows best in every situation, so I'm automatically disinclined to like her. She shoves her way in and says, you know, I am actually the one who is the main proponent of Thrall's character, when we, the player characters, actually have more of a say on that than she does. She takes, and she also does something that I really hate, where she will, and WoW has done this a few times, where they will say, oh, well, this thing that the players did, was actually done by this NPC. Varian's a good example of that. One of the original reasons I hated Varian so much was because he got all the credit for killing Onyxia. Keeping in mind that, ignoring the actual raid fight itself, killing Onyxia was a fairly involved effort back in vanilla. You know, I had to go through the whole quest chain for that. And yeah, no, Varian did that. Screw off, Varian. We did that. Yeah, Agra, I also disagree with several of her ideas. There are several times Agra is like, oh, we should go do this. And I'm like, why? That's dumb.
Frostwolf blood runs thick.
Again, we meet.
Stay strong.
The ogres appear to be in disarray, and many of my people are now free. In rage, Gunnar ascended to fight Gorthog, the Ogre King, alone. And the ramp to the throne is now blocked. You've proven resourceful. Maybe you can find another way up. I sustained wounds on the way here. But I'll work to cut my way through and up the ramp so we may rejoin. Hurry, traveler. Ensure the Frostwolf wins the assault on the Citadel.
It is up to you, champion. I will stay here and help with the wounded slaves you rescued.
I know, Necro. That doesn't mean it irritates me any less. And I know I'm not the only one irritated by that exact example.
Furious little Ogre. In your blind rage, you rush to face my ogres alone. I'll drown you in the blood of your little army. Oh, they will end you, little lone wolf. Your conquered clan will feel my slave pains.
Some people are probably asking why there's an Ogre King here. Pretty much every Ogre society, Ogre clan is run by a king. It's just like there's a chieftain for the Orc clans. So, this guy just happens to be... This is a cool attack, by the way. I'm just showing this off to again show that shamanism thing. Even amongst the disparate ogres, the shamans tend to be the ones in charge.
You are tiny, useless insects.
Anywho, so yeah, Ogre Kings are basically just the same as chieftains, the ones in charge of a given clan. Down you go. Actually, the ogres fairly regularly take the skulls of people as trophies. It's a normal thing for them. I was hoping to show some off here, but I don't think there are any up here. Not counting, of course, those things. These are skulls. Orc skulls, just kind of piled up around there. I could see that, Necro. Since Lord knows back in vanilla we were just another mercenary.
The Citadel is ours. Come, brother. We press the attack.
No, Gunnar. We are surrounded and exposed. We must fortify.
You are too cautious. I will gather our warriors and do it myself.
Reckless brother.
So, we're about to see another of those in-action cutscenes, and then I'll show something really horrible. But before we get to that, I just want to say that one of the things I like about what Necro just mentioned is the idea that some people are like, God, I hate how we're such a main character in recent stuff. And I get that. You know, everyone has their opinions. A part of the reason I'm okay with it is because of the fact that we've earned it. We've built our way up to that point. We really were nobodies in vanilla. By total chance and happenstance, we happened to be there for several significant events in vanilla, but we were not the main proponents of those significant events. Who was really the star of the show in, for example, the Onyxia situation? Was it us? Or was it the Marshal who was in BRD, who actually is the one who uncovered her? Who was the main proponent of the whole thing in Darrowshire? Was that us? Or was that Chromie and the Redpath? Who was the main thing with the whole Tyrion chain? Because we were just another guy. We were just a mercenary helping out Tyrion for free because we're nice people. By contrast, Tyrion was the main character in that. And so I like that because back in vanilla we were just another soldier. And each expansion we've been encountering more and more things and naturally growing to the point where we are now the guy they look to. And they say, okay, you know, we will ask for you for advice or we will follow your lead. because it's built naturally. Does that make sense? That's just my opinion, of course. Anyway, so let's talk about how horrible the Frostwolves
In
are.
family, there is power.
I don't know, Myron. I haven't eaten today. So, as you can see, there's a
You
couple
have
dead ogres
proven
around here.
yourself loyal to my clan, capable of great things. Our hold on Bladespire is tenuous, and some of my best warriors have raced off with my reckless brother.
So as you can see, now the Frostwolves are taking all the
Impressed
supplies
by
here.
your skill in our battle against Dorog the Ruthless.
Now, I want you to pay attention. So as you see, we're gathering supplies here. I'm not sure why we didn't burn those ones. The dogs are
I
eating
would be
Dorog.
honored if you continued to fight.
See what's
by
happening
our
there?
Side.
They're dragging ogres to a pyre. Now, what's more horrifying? The fact that they're dragging the ogre bodies to the pyres? Or that those ogres are still alive when they're dragging them to the pyres? There's more wolves eating ogre corpses. Frostwolves destroying the banners of the ogres there, of the Bladespire. Now, I want to say one thing very clear. I don't want to belittle your opinion, Magister, but we are not the chosen one at all. We are a guy who gained enough experience and time and money and work and effort and actually put in the backing necessary to be the main character. We are not the chosen one. I agree with you. The chosen one concept is a little tired and old. But, you know, Amazing Spider-Man, that's the chosen one concept. I mean the movies, the recent movies. To make my point clear here, there's a difference between we are now the main focus, you know, we are the guy, as I like to think of it, and this one person is prophesized to be amazing, and therefore they are amazing. You know, there's a very clear distinction between those two things, in my opinion. It's funny you say that, Darker. I know you've done the dailies up here, right? In the slave pits, and I know you've heard some of the dialogue that the ogres say as they're dying. For those of you who haven't, of course, one of the quotes that I'll never forget, in general, I don't remember the exact wording, is something along the lines of, "Oh, that hurts a lot. Oh wait, it doesn't hurt anymore." Or no, "Oh good, it doesn't hurt anymore." That's their death quote. But I like I said, I'm not trying to belittle your opinion, Magister. In fact, I do agree with you. I don't like the overuse of the chosen one trope. And I feel like it is a little bit too overused. And it's a damn shame because they're kind of doing that with Illidan. I'm still willing to give it to them. Because A, Illidan has kind of earned it. Again, kind of like we have. Illidan's been through a lot of crap. And B, it's frickin' Illidan. We'll see if the Illidan thing turns out to be bad or not. They haven't finished writing that arc yet, so... well, you know how cultural cycles happen, okay, in terms of writing. That is actually worse, Nero says. I'll agree.
All I need is a wolf at my side, and a fellow warrior at my back.
You have accomplished great things. We could not have taken the Citadel without you.
Never leave a wolf behind.
Cowardly Thunderlords. During the battle for the Citadel, runners inform me the Iron Wolf, that's the leader of the Thunderlords, is striking at our home. He will find no easy footing there. Draka will make them pay tenfold for any of ours that they slay. That's his wife. But we must return quickly and chase the mongrels off. You and your forces have proven valuable allies of the Frostwolves. We'd welcome your aid in securing Wargol. Oh, they probably deserve it.
Tell her that I will be home soon.
Now, this is a really nice, subtle touch. And again, visual storytelling. The visual design team just absolutely nailed this. So he's got a throne here. First of all, his throne contains wood, which, as we've already established, is a fairly rare resource around here. Second of all, his throne contains warmth. You see that? I love it because what we're seeing here is the same thing all thrones do, just not the things we're used to seeing. This is a show of power and wealth and opulence. It just power and wealth and opulence for the Frostwolves. Being able to have warmth, being able to have wood in your construction of a chair like that is actually considered a sign of respect and nobility. I love little touches like that. Personally, I still think the Anduin and the Illidan thing are not mutually exclusive. We talked about that when we were talking about the Illidan book. I really would love it if Anduin became the diplomat, whereas Illidan became the warrior, and the PC has to be involved in there somewhere. I just don't know how yet. Except I have a very strong theory of how. I think we'll be the general in that. So this is actually officially the point which Frostwolf... Frostfire Ridge kind of branches out. If you notice, it's all been very linear questing up to this point. At this point, we can go in many different directions. And we are specifically going to go in a given direction. So we'll pick that quest up. We've won the day, but our work here is far from finished. Frostwolves will scour the Citadel, root out any survivors. To you I offer the glory of cleansing the Gladiator pits to the north. As we launched our attack, we dispatched one of our best recon to that area. If you still thirst for blood, join her there. There's surely some sport left. There is. Necro. It's on my new channel. Which, if you'll give me a minute, I'll give you a link to the video right now. Yeah, I know, Darker. By contrast, I will say that us being the general did work in Lotro, so it's not like it's impossible to pull that off in an MMO. They just didn't. Hang on, for some reason my thing is being super slow. I'll show you, Azure, other than jumping, of course. Why is this so slow? My internet isn't slow. I'm not even chopped. Why is YouTube taking forever to load? There we go. The Illidan book discussion. Come on. Come on. There you go. There you go. What the hell is going on with my Firefox? There we go. Jeez. Anyways, there's a link straight to the Illidan book discussion. For Necro, I believe, was the one who asked for that. Oh! Oh, well, no, we're only at the 2-hour point, so that shouldn't be happening. That's strange. What are you doing, Internet? Hang on, my computer's doing something really weird right now, and I don't know what. Come on. So you don't like Lorthamar, Manchester? There we go. Okay. I figured it out. I'm an idiot. It's my fault. So I usually leave my own Twitch up just so I can see when I'm live. I had left it up this whole time. And as you might imagine, it was just kind of slowly eating up resources. In addition to everything else I'm doing. Playing WoW full blast, recording it, and a few other things I've got running on in the background. Yeah, anyways.
I am here.
We have their citadel, but they still have some of my people enslaved at the soot-stained mines. We have no one to spare, but you seem more than capable of handling a few ogres on your own. I ask that you release any enslaved frostwolves you find there, and keep an eye out for Mervorik.
For the clan.
So here's the way down. With regards to Azure. This is it. It's not really a shortcut, but it is the way down. Okay. He'd probably be more accepted. Probably wants to go back to being a ranger. In fact, personally, I think Lorthamar would make a great ranger general. I don't know, Kay. I can only give you my theories. But both of those things you just mentioned are the two most likely things with regards... Yes, I do know that, Magister. Are the two most likely things with regards to where the essence of the Lich King came from. Either it was built into the Helm of Domination when the Nethrezim first forged it, and I personally think this is the most likely thing, that's very Nethrezim, or the natural demonic evil of the Helm kind of merged with the screwed up evil of the Ner'zhul, who was influenced by Gul'dan, or if it actually is Gul'dan, depending on my theory on the matter. And so that combination of the two slowly formed the essence of the Lich King. It's one of the two. There is, of course, another shortcut down. Whee! Woo! If you're one of the classes who can do that. So I have a topic. We're going to be doing some quests that I don't have a lot of lore to share. And I have a topic I've been saving in my back pocket. And you guys talking about Kael'thas really reminded me of it. So I'm going to bring it out as soon as I finish reading this quest. These ogres are taking my clan and turning them into slaves. Slay some ogres. I'll hold them off when they try to run. I agree with that, Necro. I firmly believe the Nethrezim are one of those we made something we couldn't control kind of situations, you know. Anyways, so one of the things I've noticed, and I myself am just as much of a consequence of this as anyone else is that we tend to be much more tolerant when a character is brought back, either from the dead or back into a story. Either back into the story or back from the dead or whatever, if it's a character we like. Do you guys think that's a fair statement? Hello, Schoolmeister. Although, by the way, quick interesting note. Note that most of these ogres down here who are base slave taskmasters, who are basically one step up from workers themselves, are the more stupid ogres. Not super stupid, not as stupid as ours are, but, still leaning towards the bottom end of the intelligence chain. Which, again, leads credence to that whole, someone culled the ogres theory I mentioned earlier. Oh, it would, Ventures, absolutely. And yeah, obviously, it goes without saying that a well-written resurrection story is better than a badly written resurrection story. That's that's like saying that occasionally water tends to be wet, more wet than sand, I mean, how many times have they brought back a beloved character and it's been like, really? In fact, I got an example for you right now. I actually liked Superman as a character. In fact, I still like Superman as a character, sometimes. But despite the fact that I like his character, when they brought him back after Death of Superman, I was pissed. Now, granted, I was a kid when that happened, but still. Yeah, I was actually going to use Mirrodin as an example. They brought Mirrodin back. We all thought he was dead. Everyone thought he was dead. And then they brought Mirrodin back, and it's like, oh my gosh. Now, I thought that was fairly well done. It actually made a degree of sense. It didn't really contradict anything. And it was a good way to bring a good character back. They even did some good stuff with him in Wrath. And a little bit of good stuff afterwards, too. I bring this up because one thing that people have asked for quite literally years is for Illidan to be brought back after BC. Now, in the interest of fairness, most people, especially lorehounds, who wanted Illidan to come back, wanted him to come back because his story, he was crapped on as a character in BC. They basically ruined his character in BC. We've talked about that extensively.
Macaw.
So I'll save you a
Your
moment.
blades never dull.
The Archimonde thing is thank you, Necro. That is a fantastic example of a not well done story. And again, even though I do actually like Archimonde as a character, I find him an excellent comparison to Kil'jaeden. Him coming back was something I was just like, wow, really? And then the way they implemented it was even worse. Really? Really? But the other thing, and this is a really difficult one, I hate to look at comics, but they're some of the best examples of this. I think the Flash should have stayed dead. Infinite Crisis. Obviously, I don't even know how many of you even know what I'm talking about. But the Flash died in Infinite Crisis, and he died saving the multiverse. And it was well written, and well designed, and epic, and awesome. And he died, and even in the day, this is worth noting, comic hounds would point this out just as well as I'm about to. Even back in the day, the writer, whose name I can't remember, was it Jack? Jack Kirby? I don't remember. But anyways, the writer actually wrote in a back door to his death just in case they ever wanted to bring him back. But he's dead for like 15 years. And they should have... That was such an impacting, powerful, momentous death that in rare occasions, it is my opinion that sometimes you just shouldn't undo a death. You should leave it there so the impact of it always remains. Even if it's a popular character. Even if there's a way to write it so they come back and it makes sense. Damn it, that was a powerful moment. Leave it. Death of Captain America. I cried at the death of Captain America. That made headlines. Regular news. People who have nothing to do with comics knew about the death of Captain America. That was a powerful, impacting, awesome scene. They should not have undone that. They should have left Captain America dead, in my opinion. Yes, Zed. And I would say, if we keep going down the comics list, I could name about 100 other examples of this. But I like those two because I feel those two are the strongest. Those two are some of the most impacting deaths in the history of comics, in my opinion. Captain America and Flash. The Flash. And they undid both of them. Yes, they actually brought Cap back. In a really dumb way, too. So in addition to undoing... the death, which I was against to begin with, they did it for a really, really bad, stupid story about dimensional, alternate dimension reality, time-hopping bullcrap. I'm serious, look it up sometime. It's ridiculous. Aunt May, don't even, Ventures. Let's leave that box closed. Move it over there. I wish to God I was not serious on that one. But yeah, they really did. I really point to the Captain America one personally because in my personal opinion, that's the most powerful moving scene in all of comicdom. And I mean that sincerely. I'm not saying there aren't other powerful moving scenes, but when I think of the one moment that absolutely nailed the incredible emotional impact that a well-done story in general can have, I think of the death of Captain America. As much as the Civil War overall arc had issues, no pun intended, it had conflicts and problems and some really screwed up situations. That last issue and the lead up to it and the final thing and Stark kneeling over his corpse, it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. Damn, that hits me hard. And they undid it for something stupid. I bring this all up because I personally feel there is no hard and set rule on when you should bring a character back and when you shouldn't. I think it should be done on a case-by-case basis. Now, in Illidan's case, I absolutely think he should come back, if for no other reason because he was tossed out. His death was stupid and pointless, and his character was pissed on throughout all of BC. The Illidan book did a great job of retconning BC. I once again recommend it to anyone interested in it or has the money to pick it up. It really fixed a lot of the problems with BC and smoothed out the lore. And will lead directly into Legion, by the way. The player character, the Demon Hunter player character, is actually mentioned in the Illidan book. No joke. They're very vague on who it is, because obviously they don't know who the player's playing, but still. Yes, I did, Venters. A little bit. I was watching it with my friend Gary. I liked what I saw, but it was... I haven't had time to watch the rest of it. I guess it's really just the answer there. It's not like it didn't interest me. I would like to watch more of it. I just don't have the time to sit down and watch a TV show. Anyways, so Illidan, absolutely he should come back. By God, fix that character, right? But that's my mentality. What about Kael'thas? Now, Kael'thas is a little trickier, because Kael'thas was an amazing character, in my opinion, in Frozen Throne. I think most people would actually agree with that statement. No, Ventures, I have not. However, with regards to Kael'thas coming back, he is another character they kind of pissed on all over the place in BC. Again, because of the fact that they screwed up on the writing team, that whole Ilsheimer's thing. Even if they wanted Kael'thas to go evil, they did it in such a ham-fisted character assassination way rather than a character development way. They didn't have it flow naturally through the series of events he did. So Kael'thas absolutely should come back. Again, even ignoring personal bias and desire, he should come back because he deserves a proper send-off. That being said, I feel the Kael'thas we saw in Magister's Terrace was perfect. Everything except for that one presentation, I feel was just kind of ridiculous and didn't really fit with what they were doing with him. But the way he acted, and the voice actor, Quentin Flynn, nailed it in Magister's Terrace. His final speech, where he's spitting his blood at you and screaming about how we will drown in our own blood, just really shows exactly what happens to a good man when they get in the way of someone like Kil'jaeden. It was perfect, and I loved it, but I would still love to see him come back to have a proper send-off, or indeed to become a character again. But then we get into more tricky territory. How far are you willing to stretch this? What if they brought Magni back? Magni Bronze, the leader, the king of the dwarves. What if they brought Nazgrim back? What if they brought Arthas back? And I don't mean the way I've been talking about. I mean if they actually brought Arthas back as a character. Somewhere along the lines, you need to draw the line and say, well, hang on, no, we need death to still matter. We need people to stay dead. And somewhere along the line, you need to actually really analyze why you're bringing characters back. Because there is a difference between continuing a popular character's arc or allowing a character to have a continuation of character development, because you can do more stories with them, and, well, we're running out of ideas, so let's bring this guy back. This is something we've talked about before. Their reuse of the villains has been a fairly common problem, and only more recently have they really started writing in new villains into the setting of the series of Warcraft. And it's the same exact problem. Again, we mentioned earlier, Archimonde. They brought back Archimonde. Why did they bring back Archimonde? Why, of all characters, why Archimonde? And I'll talk more about that when we actually get to HFC, but for God's sakes, yeah, pretty much, Necro. Remember how BC is the only raid ever in the history of all of WoW that isn't actually a functional part of lore. I know, there's kind of a technically on that one, but even the writers themselves said, we made this to not be part of the lore. You're not actually going back to the Battle of Hyjal and helping it. There's no infinite time flight. None of that's actually happening. Just think of it as if it was a holodeck. Yeah, what if they bought... I think you see what I was doing there, don't you, Necro? What if they brought Trollbane back? So, I agree with that, Kay, actually. An Arthas who has been sitting in the worst of hells for, God, like, 4 years now? Think about that. So this is a topic, and I'd love to hear more of your guys' thoughts. Ooh, please feel free, especially if you're watching this on YouTube, please feel free to comment and tell me your thoughts here as well. Well, that is a problem that several settings have, Zed, and that's what the new blood concept usually exists to counteract. To give you an idea what I mean by the new blood thing, how many of you out there have seen Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan? I know a lot of you know what I mean by this, but Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan was Star Trek getting infused with new blood. New writers, new working and development team, new people moving in and saying, okay, we're going to go ahead and try to add something new to Star Trek. Now, I like the motion picture, but the motion picture was made by the old Star Trek team, the people who had already run out of ideas by Season 3 of the original series. Star Trek II was made by new blood, people who were brought into the series and said, okay, let's see what else we can do with it. And we got basically, I've said this before, the only reason Star Trek continued to be a franchise was because of Star Trek II and because of that new blood that was infused into it. This thing has actually happened several times in Star Trek, actually. This same thing has happened in several times in several long-standing franchises. The only reason Doctor Who and Star Wars and Star Trek and I'm struggling to come up with other examples, forgive me right now, are still going as a franchise is because every now and again someone else shows up and says, well, why don't we try this? Because one writer cannot keep coming up with new ideas forever. It's a problem I run into constantly. My sister says I'm a very creative person. I don't feel that way because I feel I tend to circle the same drain of ideas. My ideas all tend to be the same general concept or type of ideas, right? It's one of the reasons I like doing these feedback sessions. Every now and again, I'll be writing a story, and I'll go to someone, you know, my sister is a good example of this, and I'll say, sis, here's my idea, and what I want is that new blood. I want new ideas. I want an external perspective. I want someone who isn't me helping to add something to the story. Now, getting back to the point, I feel like Warcraft isn't very much in need of that because it's gotten to the point now where the lore has started to do that same circle. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that will lead to creative stagnation and eventually creative rot. Now here's the good news, guys. They have a new writing, they have several new people on the writing team for Legion. Now here's the catch, here's the wonderfully horrific catch. Adding new blood does not necessarily make things better. And I've got another Star Trek example for you on that. Star Trek Nemesis, where they added new blood for the wrong reasons, but still, they added new blood, and we got Star Trek Nemesis. New blood does not automatically make something better. It just makes it different. And different is not necessarily better. And Necro just made the exact same point I did with regards to Doctor Who. So we do know for 100% fact that there are new writers and a new writing team and a new writing director in charge of the Warcraft lore, and we know that we've already seen the impact of this right here. This is the impact of this new writing team at Warcraft. They are going back and codifying everything, and we're going to get future Chronicles books, and we're going to get the rest of this all lined up in one cohesive story, and that's, in my opinion, a good sign. I think this right here proves that we're at least on the right path with this new writing team we've got going. Yeah, I shouldn't say new writing team. There's still plenty of the old writing team here, but you know what I mean. But it's still kind of damn adventures. It's still something that makes me hesitant because new blood is not necessarily good blood. Anyways, so Legion spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All the characters I mentioned, if they brought them, I was saying, oh, what would we do if they brought them back? They actually are coming back in Legion. A lot of characters are coming back in Legion. Some of them are coming back from the dead. Some of them are coming back from previous storylines that they just kind of had been abandoned. And they're tying up a lot of loose ends in Legion. A lot. Hundreds of loose ends are being tied up in Legion. Whether or not that's a good thing, I don't think we can really judge yet. I should read this quest. It's a good quest. So this is Mulveric. Do you remember Mulveric? I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. Mulveric was one of the orcs of Alterac Valley on the Frostwolf side. And then he abandoned Alterac Valley to go join the flying tracks in Shadowmoon Valley. Well, this is obviously alternate Mulveric. You were sent to free me? Seems that makes us allies. Slave Master Turgal with the soot-stained minds will certainly have the key to this cage. And while you're there, do you think you could see which one of those spineless taskmasters took my axe? Yeah, sure. I got your back, buddy. I don't know if I agree with that, Magister. If there's one thing that I will always say in defense of Metzen, it is his passion for his stories. That being said, I have absolutely no doubt that Metzen's passion is currently devoted towards Overwatch, and it shows. Even though a lot of the storytelling is fairly cliche in Overwatch, I mean, it's literally an AI's go bad story, the fact remains there's passion pouring out of every pore of the characters and the dialogue and the background and the setting. And oh my god, it's a giant pit of magma. So, yeah. All I have to say about David Tennant's Doctor is the Time Lord victorious, and I know some of you will understand what I mean by that. Oh. Oh, hey, Miz. Oh, God. He rooted me in obsidian in a magma pool. Oh, by the way, once again, as you can see, Ogre Shamans pretty much being the ones in charge here. So what you're saying, Simmerhaze, is you have no idea how to get started with Warcraft? That's a really tough question. Pulling new players into WoW at this point is such an issue, is such a thing that would be incredibly difficult. Because, as you say, it's like, well, to be blunt, it's like being told, it's like saying, hey, why, okay, I know someone who actually didn't really get into Star Wars, okay? And at one point in time, they went and watched Empire Strikes Back by itself. Didn't watch A New Hope, didn't watch Return, just watched Empire Strikes Back. And they said, that was a great movie. And I was trying to, I was basically saying, well, great, I'm glad you loved it. You know, aren't you gonna get in? I mean, do you want to read more of it? I've got several of the books I could give you. And his response was no. And his reasoning was because Star Wars was huge. This is also the one and only defense I have ever heard, a legitimate defense, in favor of Disney wiping away the EU. Because the EU had become so huge and so vast that slogging through it literally requires a guide. I can't count how many times I have been asked on my show in the last 2 years alone, saying, and that's not even the full length of my show, saying, I want to get into the EU of Star Wars, what do you recommend? And I've basically kind of gotten to the point now where I have the list, like, ready to go. It's like, okay, you want to do this trilogy, the Jedi Academy trilogy, you want to look at the Corellian trilogy, you want to pull up, you know, this, you want to pull up that. These are the really good books I recommend to everyone. And I also recommend KOTOR 1, KOTOR 2, etc. Correct, Necro. So Star Wars' canon had grown so bloated that pulling someone new into Star Wars was an issue. And I don't think there's a perfect solution to that, because there's basically two ways to try and avoid that. Whoops, why am I in? There's two ways to try and avoid that. Method number one, well, don't really have continuity. That just pulls people who are actually already invested out of interest, out of engagement. You no longer become as invested in Star Wars because, I mean, why would we actually bother at that point? You know? And now I'm not saying that's universal to everyone, but you will basically pull people out of the setting if you don't try to adhere to a continuity. Star Trek actually has had that problem in the past, to use one example. It's not a good example, but, you know. Okay. Second possible solution here. Deliberately go out of your way to constantly contradict your own stuff, or basically wipe the board clean every now and again. Now, I can actually point to something that actually tried this method for a while. DC Comics. For those of you not aware, the reason the original Infinite Crisis happened was because there had been so many writers writing so many stories with no thought whatsoever to the past or consequence or anything. They would just write a new story, and they'd write a new character, and then they'd say, well, I like this character, so I want to use this character, and blah, 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 blah. And it became this massive tangled web of mess. Infinite Crisis was designed to make a continuity to DC, to pull all that together and say, okay, here's World A, or, you know, here's World A, World B, etc. You know, Earth 1, Earth 2, that all came from Infinite Crisis. And so we've kind of seen already that that doesn't actually work. And I'm not just saying that from my personal opinion. The reason DC Comics decided to make that move was because their sales were plummeting because viewers just didn't care anymore. It's like, okay, so here's a comic about some Superman or another interacting with some Lex or another who may or may not have anything to do with any of the others we just read literally last week. Sales were plummeting because of this. So there's no perfect answer to the bloated franchise problem. The best thing they can do is something like this, right here. This is a very good way to get people into something like this in terms of getting people attached to the lore and the background and history. I very much hope they continue to push this in the future and we get Chronicles Part 2 and Chronicles Part 3 and so forth in the future. There's another excellent thing you can do. You can build something into the game so that you can have a bit of backstory built into the game in the future stuff, even though that means you will be basically rehashing some lore for people who already know it. It also means people who are new to it will be able to understand a few things. We actually talked about this just yesterday with regards to that quest where we were talking about the Naru, and they actually explained for people who have never actually, played the game or never actually went through BC, hey, here's some lore, here's some discussions of the Naru life cycle. That was actually built in to a quest, and we talked about that as we were going through that quest and discussing it with you guys. So that's another thing they can do. Blizzard could also hire me. That would be great. I'd probably take that job to be their lore guy. But yeah, it's some kind of catch-up mechanic kind of a thing, Warwager. Because one of the things they've already done that I actually agree with, and I know you're all going to hate me for this opinion, but it wouldn't be the first time I've had an unpopular opinion, is the fact that if you buy Legion right now, you have a character boost to level 100. Now, I would still encourage new players to play 1 through 100. But, in the interest of total honesty, a new player who at the very first, for the first time, picked up the game probably does not want to play through 1 to 100. Especially since that experience is very mixed right now, because they haven't really smoothed out the leveling curve fully. 1 through 60, in my opinion, is a great experience. 60 through 70 sucks, in my opinion. 70 through 80 has some gameplay issues, but is some great lore, and that's when the lore really starts taking the foreground. And then we get into Kata and Pandaria and so forth. So it's like this thing here, as far as the experience. Furthermore, while we're on the topic, they can do other things to raise awareness of this thing. In fact, this is funny because I went to see X-Men Apocalypse just last night, and they're like, here's the Warcraft movie, but don't forget that the story doesn't end when the movie ends. And then they had a WoW advert showcasing that you could, if you went to that theater, our theater's one supporting that, you get a free copy of WoW just for seeing the movie. Again, raising awareness of the game. For people who might not have realized they were otherwise interested in it. And that's another thing. The not realized you were interested in it thing. Let me explain what I mean by that. Some of you may or may not remember this, but just before I went in, did my extensive exploration and playthrough of Undertale on the stream last year, I didn't want to. Everything I'd seen had indicated, and it wasn't much, I didn't have any spoilers at all, thankfully, but everything I'd seen about the gameplay and the function of it had informed me that it wasn't going to be something I would like. It was something that I wasn't going to be into, and I just pushed it away and I said, nope. Now, viewers paid, basically, for me to go ahead and go through Undertale. And so I finally was like, all right, fine, I relented. And as people may or may not be aware, Undertale is now on my top 100 list, aka my art category of games. Among my favorite games of all time. I never would have known that if I hadn't been exposed to it. It's a fairly common thing, and I just give that because that's a recent example, but I've had hundreds of other examples in my life of something that I didn't know I liked until I tried it. I mention this because WoW is fairly well known at this point. It is the most well-known MMO, but how many people out there don't realize they would like it because they've never actually gotten to try it? That brings me to something else WoW is actually already doing that is a good idea in my opinion. They have this new mechanic, and I don't remember if it's actually been implemented or not. I haven't tested it. Where, obviously you can play 1 to 20 for free. Okay, that's decent. That's better than nothing. But there's one other thing that they're either doing or have done, I forget which, where you just get to be able to play a level 100 for a while. And I really, really like that mechanic. Because it gives you a glimpse of exactly what the game will be like at the end. Most people don't know how an MMO plays. Most people don't understand that how you play the game at level 1 or level 5 or level 10 is completely different from how you play the game at endgame. And I'm not just talking about raids or dungeons and stuff. I mean the way your character plays. The classes are so similar to each other. There's so many I mean, you barely even feel like a Retribution Paladin or a Feral Druid or whatever until you get to like level 30 or 40, when you start getting the abilities that really help define your class. Hells, a Death Knight, in my honest opinion, does not play, excuse me, specifically a Unholy Death Knight, does not play like an Unholy Death Knight. It feels like it to me until you're 100, when you get the level 100 talent, which changes how the diseases work. That's the talent I go with on Unholy. And so that glimpse, you get to play 100, it's like a time-limited thing. You get like an hour or something like that to just play a level 100. Boom, have fun. And so you get to actually feel what it's going to be like to play an Unholy Death Knight. You get to feel what it's going to be to play a Retribution Paladin, and actually get a feel for how the game will actually feel at endgame, which is not only is great because it's a tease of, oh, this would be cool, to give them something to work for, but it gives them a better idea of the game they're going to be playing. Again, I want you to imagine what it would be like to play, you know, WoW is a great example of this, but just about any MMO from just like level 1 to 20. Very few MMOs give a representative aspect of gameplay in the early levels, because that's not how an MMO works. An MMO does this. Now, as an aside, the other thing they do, because money has to be a thing, of course, is after your time is up playing your 100, a pop-up will say, now you can keep the character, but it's going back to level 1. However, if you want, you could drop $60 right now and keep this character at 60 with all the, you know, with all the 100 boosted stuff you would normally have. Not sure I'm super interested in that idea. It feels a little marketing-y for me, but I'm bored with the rest of idea enough that I'm willing to give it a pass. Yes, Craze. If you go through level 1 through 100, which, you know, we've been doing here as we've been going through the Lorerun, you will get the story. You will get to see exactly what's going on with regards to Warcraft story. They have rehashed a fairly large amount of Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, and Warcraft 3 in WoW. And a lot of that backstory is being presented in WoW. That's one of the reasons why, you know, the Warcraft 3 Lorerun, I had to just stop, you know, the missions every now and again to explain stuff that wasn't in Warcraft 3, for example. Hang on, I gotta look this up now. No, where is it? I do agree with that, yes, Necro, absolutely. The level 20 cap is just not acceptable. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like that 100 thing I mentioned earlier is not actually in-game yet. What are you doing, computer? Yeah, okay, so it looks like that's going to be a thing in the future. Basically a level 100 trial, for lack of a better term. I suppose we should keep questing, should we? Be free, Mulverick. Thank you. I don't know if I would have survived without your help. Turgal was a cruel master. He tortured his slaves and let us starve to death. Your deeds have shown you to be a fine commander. The sort of commander I would be honored to fight alongside. And then he joins us.
For the Horde. Be safe.
Well, it's funny you say that, Kay, because the alternative I was going to say about, you know, I mentioned most MMOs have this thing. Star Trek Online doesn't. Within the tutorial of Star Trek Online, ignoring the fact that STO is free to play, assuming STO was the same model as WoW, you know, sub, but you get the first, like, tutorial thing for free, you actually have a fairly good example of how combat and gameplay is going to function in STO right there at the beginning. All the talents and all that stuff, that's just stuff that specializes you a bit. You will still feel relatively the same early on, with a few exceptions. There's a lot of rumors circling that, Zed. Basically, those rumors kind of are, I firmly believe, based on the evidence, that they're going to be doing something with Warcraft 1 and 2. Either updating it so it's easier to play on a modern system, you know, the good old games thing, or they're doing a proper remake of them. Fingers crossed. So now that we've freed all these slaves, yay, free slaves. I agree they should be freeware, but I would also pay for a proper remake of Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. Especially, again, with the new codified lore, I would love to see what actually happened in Warcraft 1, basically. Because if you played Warcraft 1 right now, you would actually be getting basically the wrong story. I mean, there's some of the details are right, most of them are not. I mean, they've got the engine. They've got the StarCraft 2 / Hero of the Storm engine, which is an incredibly malleable, brilliant, amazing, one of the most well-designed engines I've ever seen in my life. You know? They've got the engine. They're already doing the lore codifying anyways. It seems like a logical next step. And that and the fact that there's a few hints about people they've been hiring over at Blizzard and, you know, just little stuff like that.
It is a good day to fight. We fight together.
Yeah. Anywho, I also agree, Shiryu. BC is really not that well designed as far as questing experience, especially with regards to the story. Probably not Craze. Maybe Warcraft 3 would give away, you know, more details or more nuance to events you already knew about. I would like it official, especially since I have a lot of faith in their development team. Even though I'm the only one who does. Since half the world looks at them and says, no, they're the most horrible things ever. I hope somebody in my chat gets the joke that's about to pop up on my screen. I don't care who, just somebody get the joke. Yeah, Magister, there's a lot of things about the lore that were, again, just wrong back in Warcraft 1. Okay, hang on. A few more seconds. The ice stone has melted.
Everybody pulls their weight.
Igmar winces as you show her Duraton's orders. Don't look at me like that. I've survived worse.
Run with the pack.
I don't know what you're accustomed to do, traveler, but these lands devour the weak. Perhaps Duraton wishes to rid himself of you. We'll see. You must kill the warlord of the Circle of Blood. Do this, and the Ogre's hero will be defeated, but first you must find him. I have located his bodyguards. Slay them and bring me their heads. With them we shall lure the warlord into the open.
For the clan.
Cowards. Curse on the wretched meatbags. The Bladespire have always taunted the orcs by taking our wounded as slaves to fight its dogs in their pits. Hello, Claudia. In retaliation for our assault, they have poisoned our orc warriors, leaving them to suffer and die an excruciating death. Only the geomancers carry the antidote. Use it to cure the prisoners.
Run with the pack.
I will admit, Warlords kind of shook my faith. Especially, so someone earlier mentioned, you know, they're not sure about Legion because Warlords looked good at the beginning, too. In fact, I'm going to be blunt. Warlords was good in the beginning. You know? They did a lot right with this expansion. And when Warlords was coming out, it looked amazing. I was super excited for Warlords. I'm not gonna... So, Kay, I don't want to sound dismissive, but I have never understood that mentality. I don't think I ever will. I've had friends try to explain it to me. I just don't get it. I don't understand the bias against a subscription. I mean, if you don't have money for it, that's totally understandable. But I mean, I'm assuming what you are presenting is that same anti-subscription bias. In other words, any game with a subscription is simply not acceptable. One said, Warcraft the movie is just one. Warlords is awesome, Ventures. What are you talking about? I'm referring to the fact that their writing team screwed up several things in it. I mean, if they had supported... It's the PSP Vita thing all over again, I swear to God. If they had supported Warlords, I am not the only person who would be speaking praise about this expansion. You know? There are many other people out there who would be like, oh, it's great and amazing. I mean, there's always going to be haters. But I'm telling you, if they had actually come out with the Farallon expansion and an additional, or the Farallon zone and the additional raid and all the other content that they had actually already been kind of hinting at and leaning towards, yeah. One of my friends tried to compare it by saying, well, here's how much money you've spent across the last several years on the game. And that was such an invalid thing for me, because it's like, okay, at any point in time did I stop getting content of that? Did I ever... I mean, I can't point to a single-player game that I have played for literally years, regularly, and not, you know, continue to enjoy. Or continue to enjoy like this one. I don't know. It's just something I don't understand. I've just kind of started to accept the fact that I don't understand the anti-subscription bias, and I accept and I move on. Some people don't like it, and that's cool. I get it. Ugh. I like this one, by the way. The Fist of the Warlord. His actual title is Fist of the Warlord, by the way. Do you have a car? Okay. Sorry, I said I'd leave it go. I'm leaving it go. I'm letting it go. You and I don't understand. Moving on. No, I do not, Ventures. Because, well, okay. I would say yes, Claudio, because I feel the cinematics and the story from 90 to 100 is basically the good part of Warlords. The part that really shines, the part that's really amazing. Even though they screw up the writing every now and again, Nerzul, Orgrim, Grom, it is still over a massively net positive for me. So, Alternative Azeroth. So here's the thing. The existing writing team, and we talked about this earlier, it was like, think the Draenor bubble. They kept pushing the idea of the Draenor bubble. You know, it needs to be sealed off. You need to not think about alternate Azeroth or alternate Argus or anything like that. I mean, just, okay? So, if that's true, then we will never see alternate Azeroth. They will leave this thing and basically just abandon it in terms of lore. However, one thing we've seen with Legion and with this New Blood writing team, the new writing team may actually try to do something with the alternate timeline thing. They may actually try to do something with alternate Azeroth, with alternate Argus, with alternate whatever else, and actually try to bring it into the story, because that is a strange and unusual idea that might actually work, and that's kind of the thing that New Blood tends to do. So I don't know, is the answer, Ventures. I could hear an equal argument for yes and no.
I am here.
You have done the Frostwolf clan a service, traveler. I'll be sure to tell Duraton of your deeds.
We fight together.
You still draw breath. Have you dealt with the Warlord's underlings? You've done well in this, but do not become proud. This land has dangers far greater than what you have seen here.
Run with the pack.
You've managed to survive this long, stranger. All that remains to be done is to fell the Warlord of the arena. This will be your first true test. Bolt, that's his name. Bolt would provide a challenge even to a battle-hardened Frostwolf. Place the heads you've collected on the spikes in the arena. They are sure to enrage the Warlord and lead him into battle. Come into the arena victorious, and it will show that Duraton's trust in you was not misplaced.
We fight together.
Well, see, that's different, Zed. That makes total sense to me. I know people who try not to sub, who basically will sub, and as soon as they, like, their interest wanes or they get busy or whatever, they unsub, and then they'll resub again later and so forth and so on. Because of the exact same situation you're in. I'm talking about the anti-sub bias. Some people will pretty much flat out refuse. They say, no, I hate subscriptions. I hate the idea of subscribing to a game. I will never do that. And just the violent vitriolic hatred of that entire concept is what I was referring to, not being able to understand. So, I want to point this out. This is, again, the visual storytelling team, or the visual art design team doing some great visual storytelling. So, first of all, as you can see, there's a chair here, and an umbrella, and some booze. And this is where you can spectate and enjoy the show, right? So, as you can see, well, the story just tells itself, doesn't it? He's even got a broken bottle of booze that fell out of his hand. I haven't actually had a chance to really discuss it at length with anyone yet, Venters. So, again, that's not the only visual storytelling thing I wanted to show you. See you around, Shiryu. Yeah, by the way, all I gotta say, if you're still there, Shiryu, in relation to what you said, is Earth Above and Beyond, which is a game that is gone. Exactly as you said. I would love to play that game again. I can't. And don't give me the emulator, because the emulator is garbage and doesn't actually have the content in it. So, this is some great visual storytelling. This is an arena. Okay. Built out of rocks and the occasional bit of wood. Okay. What are you all up about? Well, that's an arena in a bit of rocks, heated rocks, surrounded by lava. This is where they toss the slaves who are too weak or too brutalized to fight each other to death for their own amusement, under the falsehood promise that the slave that survives the fight will be able to go free, which, as I mentioned, is a falsehood. So, I don't really know what else to say here to emphasize how cruel this is, to have slaves who are already weaker, who are walking out on heated rocks in the midst of a bunch of lava. Just think about that for a bit, okay? And yes, I am Mina Madeira. Who challenges the hammer of the Frostfire? So this guy's a hammer brother. You know, from Mario. I'm not kidding. Check it out. That's probably the best line attack I've ever seen in this game. The fifth one is my favorite. I hope someone gets the reference that his fifth hammer is his favorite. I don't even remember what it's from off the top of my head. I know it's a reference. I just don't remember which thing it's from at the top of my head. God, that's a massive fortress. It's okay, it's under the Frostwolf now, and I'm sure they will do good things with it. Alright, let's go save the Frostwolves from the Thunderlords, shall we? So, let's pay attention to the clans, because one of the things I actually like that they did in Warlords was they made each clan basically hyper-specialized. Now, the clans had a lot of internecine warfare, but one of the interesting things they do in the lore of this particular setting, and I imagine this is also true back in our setting, is the idea that the clans had to coordinate with each other at least a little bit in order to be able to survive, in order to be able to function. But each clan hyper-specialized into one thing, and that one thing is what enabled them to exist and survive and thrive in the incredibly hostile environment of Draenor, right? So the Frostwolves became shamans, the Blackrocks became the smiths, the Warsong are the ones who became cavalry, basically, wolf riders. The Blade Masters had their own thing, which is actually kind of complicated to talk about. It's a very highly specialized form of runic shamanism, which we'll talk about later. There's I'm trying to think what else. The Shadow Moon clan, of course. Well, I mean, duh, but they have their prophecies and their ancestral connection thing going on. The Laughing Skull. Well, they're a little bit different. We'll talk about them later. And, of course, the... that could be Nero's ass. The Bleeding Hollow, who went into the poisons and alchemy and, you know, the jungle guerrilla fighting thing. So each of these clans has a different specialization. And they're very, very good at their specialization, to the point where they're basically experts. Absolute experts at whatever it is that they do. I mention this because the Thunderlords is the one clan I didn't mention, and their expertise is something I find fascinating because the kind of thing you would usually dismiss out of hand is like, oh, well, that's it. They are beast tamers. The Thunderlords are the group who know how to work and control and manage beasts, kind of in a similar fashion to how the Zandalari do, just not quite to the same extent that the Zandalari do. The Thunderlords are the ones who can tame Gron and Rylax, and all sorts of other beasts and creatures like that. And they do regularly, and that's pretty much the way they function, the way they act as a clan. And that's the Thunderlord's hat, if you will, their specialization, their hyper-specialization. And that's the kind of thing, though, that if you think about it, is actually extremely useful when it comes to functioning in a society, in a world like this, where you can turn one of your worst oppositions to survival, the beasts of the wilds, into an asset on your side of things. And I'll talk more about that a little bit later, too. Hang on just a second.
Korhal! Jata! Trokar! Move in from all sides! Gargrak, hold for now!
Pardon me. Okay. That was the Iron
Come down
Wolf.
and face me, Iron Wolf. I'll show you how a true wolf fights.
No, there are no 40-man raids in the game anymore. The highest it can go is 25, and the lowest it can go is 10, and anything in between. So there's the Iron Wolf. We'll be talking about him more later. But as you can see, he's got his own pet Rylac, Chilltongue, which he's using. So, as you can see, the Frostwolves are actually managing to hold off the Thunderlord advance, but they're basically in a stalemate. Oh, absolutely not, Venters. I spit on 40-mans. Sorry, I shouldn't be so vitriolic. But I absolutely despise the 40-man format, and I, as a game designer, do think it was a bad thing, and I am happy that it's gone. Moving on. So, how was I talking about? So yeah...
No! You will be avenged!
Nope, 25, Diesel. 25 is the cap. So yeah, as I said, the Frostwolves are holding off the Thunderlords. The Thunderlords are in a better overall position militarily than the Frostwolves. But they're also a little more... pragmatically evil? So, the way this works is very simple. Concepts like honor or decency or morality don't really come into question when it comes to the Iron Horde in general. So the idea that it is dishonorable to attack someone who is your enemy when they are at their weakest at a place where they're as incapable as possible to defend themselves would be considered a fairly dishonorable tactic by several people. But the Thunderlords look at that and be like, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, whether you agree with that or disagree with that, that's totally up to you. And you can feel free to decide on that as much as you want. And apparently, Flex goes up to 30. That's news to me. I didn't know that. I have not been able to get 10 people together since Pandaria, so I can't talk about it. So apparently, Flex goes up to 30. Shrug. Anyways, Again, whether you agree or disagree with the tactics of the situation, the Thunderlord see absolutely nothing wrong with, oh, screw you, we're going to attack you in your back.
Iron Wolf. I'll show you how a true wolf fights.
Now, the reason I mention that, though, isn't to be like, oh, they're horribly evil. It's to point out the fact that they are actually overall in a weaker position than the Frostwolves in terms of just stats. You know, if it was a one-on-one fair fight between the Frostwolves and the Thunderlords, the Frostwolves would win. And if the Frostwolves get any kind of backing at all, they will basically run over the Thunderlords, and that's actually kind of what's going to happen here. We're basically going to be wiping out the Thunderlords just like we wiped out the Shadowmoon. But, that's why I bring up the tactics thing. The Thunderlords are only really capable of being a significant threat to the Frostwolves if they specifically don't fight fair. And that's what this attack is all about. Their scouts told them that the greater Frostwolf army had marched on Bladespire Citadel, so while they were gone, they launched this attack on Wargall. Make sense? So this raid is being done for two reasons. First of all, they are trying to enslave some of our people. Because as we've already discussed, the Iron Horde is totally okay with slavery, as long as it's not them. And the second thing that they're here for is to steal their wolves, too.
Reinforcements! I want the she-wolf taken alive!
Because, obviously the Frostwolves, the clan, form a bond with their Frostwolves. They treat them as equals, basically, even though it is worth noting they are not sentient or sapient. They are simply intelligent. Just making the distinction there. Anyways, they treat them with respect and dignity and blah, 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 blah. They form that bond with the Frostwolves. We actually saw that in the Lords of War video, where we saw Duraton's bond with his Frostwolf, whose name I don't remember. Yeah, exactly, Necro. The Thunderlord obviously don't have that perspective. And we'll actually see this later. The Thunderlords see beasts as kind of how the Dragon Maw see dragons. In other words, less than material, just base, raw assets to be consumed and utilized and burnt. And no actual care to be put on them whatsoever, right? For some reason, the Frostwolves really don't like the fact that the Thunderlords like to do that to their wolves. Go figure. Can't imagine why. One interesting little anecdote, by the way. Just really to help emphasize the fact that Ner'zhul was the abandoned chieftain of the warlords of Draenor, right? In addition to the fact that he had no ancillary material.
From the ledge to the north.
Yeah, that's great. In addition to the fact that he had absolutely no additional content helping to flesh him out as a character.
Damn it all! Gargrak, go now! Kill the blind shaman!
In addition to the fact that the Shadowmoon had a relatively small actual character development. In addition to the fact that Ner'zhul's character arc was basically truncated, the Shadowmoon are the only clan of the various clans who join the Iron Horde who have no presence in the endgame. I'm not counting Shadowmoon Valley, Shadowmoon Burial Grounds, obviously, because that's not Iron Horde, that's Shadowmoon. So in case you're paying attention, they joined with they cave in with all of these horrible, terrible things in order to join the Iron Horde, and then they didn't join the Iron Horde.
Bring me that one's head!
There may be exceptions, but to be honest, I can't think of any off the top of my head. The Shadowmoon are exclusively their own thing. By memory, of course.
We must protect our home.
Duraton's trust in you is well placed. You have mine as well.
Protect the weak.
The Frostwolf clan cannot be held like beasts. You fight with honor. The Thunderlord War Leader. You have to stop him. He went to attack Drekthar at the Pools of Vision to the northwest.
Follow the path northwest. Hurry! That monster will kill Drekthar!
Now remember, Drekthar is barely able to use the elements right now. He is still in recovery from being exposed to fell magic. By the way, let that point seep into your mind. Drekthar, who had basically no experience or understanding of or with fell magic, simple exposure to it, simple presence of being afflicted by fell magic caused him to temporarily lose his connection with the elements. That's how damaging just being near the open flame is. It's a nice touch. But yeah, so Drekthar basically doesn't really have the ability to properly defend himself right now, especially not against a Thunderlord warrior.
Did you see this coming, you blind fool?
Notice Drekthar's fire elemental, which is already defeated there. Exactly, Necro. That's kind of my point. I really feel like the...
Thunderlord, I have failed you.
I really
A
feel...
waste of air. Come, friend. We have much to discuss.
Retreat! We will come back, Frostwolves!
Let me finish my point about the Shadow Moon, then I'll continue the cutscene here. I really feel like that original story idea, aka them going to Outland and resurrecting the warlords, including Gul'dan, really is rearing its head with the fact that the Shadow Moon are considered in every way a completely separate entity from the Iron Horde. Because of the fact that Ner'zhul wouldn't have been included in that list. And if they actually did the original storyline, there would have been no Ner'zhul. He would not have been one of the ones resurrected. Gul'dan would, Grom would, Kilrog would. Ner'zhul would not. So, yeah. Anyways. Oh, damn it. Damn it, Samurai. All I have to say, by the way, is anything can be presented interestingly. All it takes is someone who is sufficiently versed in it, who simultaneously happens to be charismatic enough to do it. And I can actually prove that with a source. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is an intelligent man, who is an actual scientist, despite what some people foolishly purport, and he is someone who has enough charisma and enough presentation value in the way he speaks and the way he talks to present science as if it was interesting. Don't read into that. I'm not saying science isn't interesting. I'm just saying even someone who isn't interested in science can look at that and still become interested in it because of that charisma, because of that nature of his presentation. So you just need someone like that for history. Let me tell you about World War I, guys. No. A terrible storm gathers on the horizon, Paladin. I have prepared a ritual. You must consult the pool to see what destiny holds for us all.
The ritual is ready. Let me know when you wish to begin.
See, I don't actually agree with that, Samurai. I think science absolutely is interesting to me. You look at any given topic, and it's really easy to understand why some people just aren't going to be interested in it. Not everything is interesting to every person, right? Same thing with history, actually. I'm a huge proponent of history. I love history, but that's me. So to meet halfway to someone who isn't in that group, again, you need the Neil deGrasse Tyson effect.
This land needs you.
It is worth noting this is a potential future. So once again, Drekthar's visions are accurate, but not 100% accurate. That's true, Kay.
This Iron Tide comes for us, because Durotan is strong, and the Frostwolf would not join them. How goes the fight?
The Iron... He just said that. Durotan must be told of the vision. Pull Windcarver. Pull Windcarver will offer you a flight back. The fate of the Frostwolf and of Draenor depends on you, Velvaxus.
Run, the elements once spoke to me. Now I hear only whispers. Is this our fate, or a warning?
Now me, I would make an absolutely terrible teacher. You do not want me teaching history. I would just be like, okay, so there's this, but you have to understand this, and there's this perspective, and blah, 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 blah. I want to bring up something about how incredibly stupid the Iron Horde is right now, really quick. So, the Iron Horde's perspective was, you know, build up, build up, build up. You know, they got the foundry going, they got the backbone of the Iron Horde going, they got the technological uplifting going. Great, done. First thing we're going to do, we're going to use all that might in order to resist demonic corruption. Yay, okay, we did that. Now we're going to spend, you know, however many months building the Dark Portal so we can go invade Azeroth. Now, we know why that is. The reason why is because Raytheon is pushing for it, because that's what he actually wants, and because Garrosh has a hard-on for us, because he's a moron. Named Garrosh. Yes, I know, Gary. Thank you. Wait, what? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Stop. 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 There we go. Okay. Anyways, so, then the Iron Horde is cut off. We destroy the Dark Portal, so now they can't invade Azeroth. This is the point at which I made the amusing anecdote that they're so impatient, despite the fact that they have time travel, to get back and attack us, because they ignored... They didn't attack the Draenei at all. Not really. They got a few Draenei stragglers. They didn't... they hadn't even consumed the Shadow Moon yet. They hadn't even fought against the Frostwolf yet. The Thunderlords are a recent acquisition, you know, etc. As we'll see, the Iron Horde basically was like, we will unite, and then we'll go to Azeroth, but they hadn't done anything to prep for that. They hadn't unified Draenor yet. With the Dark Portal gone, they're like, okay, now we need to actually unify Draenor because we haven't yet. And they basically fail non-stop at everything they're going to be doing from now on. This is a good example of this. So they pretty much go out all... oh, that's easy to explain, Risu, but let me explain it in a moment. So they go out of their way to say, well, okay, well, now that we can't go after Azeroth, we should go against the enemies of the Iron Horde. Well, who are the enemies of the Iron Horde? Anybody who isn't the Iron Horde is an enemy. Okay, that's a dumb perspective, but I'll go with it. So, how are we going to make this work? Well, those Frostwolf guys refuse to join us. Very well. We will kill every last one of them. We will sow their lands with salt. We will raise their people and destroy them, and then they will no longer be a threat to us. I really cannot begin to explain how stupid, tactically speaking, it is that the Iron Horde is trying so hard to kill off the... I'm with you, Kay. They're trying to kill off the Frostwolves, who... until they were provoked by the Iron Horde, had no interest in fighting the Iron Horde. They were just going to leave the Iron Horde alone. Didn't care about them. And then the Iron Horde said, you are not us, die, 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 die. And that's what provokes them into attacking them. Good job, Iron Horde. So, how do I can explain how the time travel paradox doesn't apply at all. It's actually very, very simple. Multiple timelines. That's it. That's the explanation. I hate it. But it's true. This is a different timeline entirely from ours. Yeah. The end. Nothing else. I'd love to give you some big, in-depth lore reason, but that's it. God, the more I think about it, the more I really wish they had gone with the original Outland Resurrection storyline idea. The Frostwolves, Necro. The Frostwolves were just leave us alone, and we'll leave you alone. They said no to joining, and that was it. And then the Thunderlords joined, and the Thunderlords, under the auspices of the Iron Horde, started attacking the Frostwolf. Captured their people, enslaved them, dragged them off to be sacrificed or be tortured or God knows what else. You know, all that terrible stuff we saw happening in the Tanaan jungle, right? And then the Frostwolves became the enemy. The Frostwolves from our end started looking at the Iron Horde as the enemy. And none of that would have happened if the Iron Horde had just been like, alright, it's not like the Iron Horde doesn't know how to do diplomacy. They do that with the Gorian Empire. Although it is worth noting, they only do that for exactly one reason, which we'll talk about later.
Speak. Run with the pack.
But yeah, what Necro says in response to Claudio is the answer. Raytheon is a good guy. He just... his perspective on good probably doesn't agree with what our perspective is. Yeah, no kidding, Magister. What's funny is, under the right circumstances, I could see that happening. With an intelligent leadership, and careful planning, and proper patience, I think the Iron Horde could have conquered Azeroth, and I mean that sincerely. All they would have needed to done is properly unify Draenor first, right? Get Draenor in one cohesive force, not the mix-match empire they have going on right now. Get the backing of the Gorians, get the backing of the Arakoa, reach out to the Draenei, at the very least make the Draenei not enemies, if not actually allies in this task, and reach out and say, you know, there's this world where there's warlocks, and there's magic, and there's violence and horribleness, and old gods, we need to go stop them. It would not be hard to convince the Draenei to at least start the fight. And a unified, patient Iron Horde, who is filled to the brim with a massive, overwhelming fighting force with all of the arms and ammunition necessary, suddenly making a sneak attack through the Dark Portal. Yeah. And again, because of the time travel thing, they could attack pretty much right after Siege. And remember, the Alliance was, you know, doing okay relatively in terms of numbers, but in terms of war fatigue and supplies, the Alliance was spent. Keep in mind, Westfall still hasn't been reclaimed on the Alliance, even as recently as Legion. And the Horde was broken. At least in terms of material and war. Even though the Horde was more united than they've ever been, they are not in any condition to fight off a unified force. So, yeah. Yeah, see, that's the real funny problem. I have actually argued before that if someone other than Garrosh had pushed for this, the Iron Horde might have succeeded. And from a writer's perspective, that makes it so obvious. That's, of course, why Garrosh has to do it. Because if you can't have the bad guys win, right? I mean, you can, but that takes really good writing to do that. Yeah, Nomragon. Come on. We're Nomragon. I mean, God's sakes. So, but I heard someone once argue that it was a good idea on the behalf of Blizzard to keep Garrosh alive, because only Garrosh could have unified the Iron Horde together. To which I say, that's a dumb idea. That's stupid. I don't agree with that at all. Raytheon basically did actually unify the Iron Horde. He's the one who provided the material, he's the one who provided the technology, he's the one who provided the goblins, he's the one who provided the transit, and the backing, and the supplies, and the money. He's the one who provided the artifacts that enabled this stuff to happen. Raytheon did unify the Iron Horde. The only thing that Garrosh did was convince Grom of whatever it is he convinced him of, and we don't actually know, because we've never actually seen those conversations for some frickety reason, to invade Azeroth, and pushed for impatience rather than tactical acumen. And we've seen Garrosh's tactics in a nutshell. They are extremely blunt, brutal, and pointless. They are very much Garrosh in a nutshell. His fighting style is represented in his tactical style. I mean, think about that. What was his big strategy across Pandaria to end the war against the Alliance? Well, his big strategy was, I'm going to build an incredibly powerful fortress and sit here and piss people off as much as I can until everyone comes to kill me. Come on, just come and kill me. Come on. Yes, they're coming to kill me. About time. I'm counting on it. You know. Anyways. Did Grom see Raytheon? Yes, Raytheon and Grom did interact more than once. both directly and indirectly. Okay. I was gonna say, considering that they've shown a willingness to lock off old content behind under the auspices of progress. They did that with Kata to all of vanilla. They did that with the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. They've done it with a few things. I'm not sure why exactly they would be hesitant to get rid of Gnomragon. Oh, I know. You guys remember how I actually showed off his big strategy for Northrend? Remember that? Where he was like, so we're lacking supplies and we don't have a seaport and all these different problems. Sourfang was explaining to Garrosh, who was technically in charge, and Garrosh is like, screw it! Attack here! Attack here! We win!
All I need is a wolf at my side and a fellow warrior at my back.
Grim news indeed, Valvaxus. For saving Wolfholm, I would name you Wolf Sister. Now we must defend Frostfire Ridge from the Thunderlord and the Iron Horde. My brother's head is as thick as his axe, and he is as stubborn as a Gron. When Gunnar left, he took with him some of my finest warriors in the clan and headed north and along the ravine. If they're still out there, you must find them. Gunnar will not listen to me. Help him see his vengeance through if you must, but please bring him back to us.
Runners! Impatience could tear the Frostwolves apart. It is just like my brother to put his own needs above the clan. Don't worry. This hero will convince Gunnar to return. Your brother values strength, and my friend possesses that in abundance.
That's true. We do. As of Legion? Raytheon is in Legion, and that's all I feel comfortable saying right now.
Welcome, friend of the Frostwolves.
We have an outpost to the southeast that was boxed in by the Thunderlord forces as they marched through the canyons to Wargall. I have sent reinforcements to secure the outpost and press east to Gromgar. We will push the Thunderlords out of our lands completely, and pursue them all the way back to that reeking corpse they call a home. Draka's sister was among the orcs who volunteered to clean up Stone
Stay strong.
Yeah, I know, Azure. It's okay. Demon Hunters would only be doing this quest if they went back to do it. So anyways, if you mean where Raytheon is now, as in at this point in history, I can actually tell you the exact location he's at this point in history. He's down here in the spires. Yes, in the spires of Arak at Southport. By the time we get moved on a little bit, we'll actually see him. Well, no, we won't. But he will be present in Zangara. And that's it. Those two instances are the only times ever in all of Warlords that Raytheon makes an appearance. We see him once in the legendary chain. He doesn't say anything. He's just present. In fact, if you're not looking for him, you wouldn't even notice him. And we hear about his escapades in Southport. And that's it. So, yeah. I mention that because there are a few aspects of this expansion that were kind of done differently than they were in the beta, and that's not the only one that's in that list. And I feel that once again that we're running into that whole multiple writers who disagree with each other problem that I have mentioned several times already. Sorry, give me just 1 second. I had something crash on me in the background. I'm trying to fix it really quick. Is Southport not that place? Am I thinking of the wrong place? It should be like right here. Oh, this is it right here. So Southport isn't it, I guess. Southport's the other one. Yeah, sorry. It's not labeled. That's actually very strange. Whatever. Let's go chase after Gunnar. Oh, right. I owe him an answer. Sorry. I'm trying to multitask here. I apologize, everyone. I have been so far behind on so many things that this is basically my solution, is trying to get stuff done while I'm doing a lore run. I know, right? Not the best solution, but I only have a finite amount of time, you know what I mean? Don't worry, though. We will discuss the Raytheon much more when we get to, Damnation. When we get to, Spires of Arak, which is where Raytheon really comes into things. And, of course, we will, talk about Taylor there. Now, I want to stress this, because I feel like some people think I only care about the Horde, and I don't know why. I've gotten a few comments of that. Why are you so Horde-centric? It's like, just because I primary Horde does not mean I only Horde, you know what I mean? Anyways, I liked Taylor a lot. It's a shame that we didn't get to see as much of him as we did Nazgrim. And I don't just mean in Pandaria. I mean, like, the fact that Nazgrim has been around since Wrath, but Taylor's been around since Kata. Regardless of that fact, Taylor's awesome. And he deserved better. He deserved so much better. He deserved an infinite amount of better than what he actually got. I am actually pissed at what they did to Admiral Taylor. For the Horde. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Sure, whatever, we'll just do that. Anywho, moving on.
I already told you all that I know.
So this is one of the sons of the Iron Wolf.
What?
So my brother would not dare to come himself. I have no time for my brother's whimpering. We hunt for vengeance or death. The Thunderlord chieftain slew my father, left me for dead. So I shall take his 3 sons, the first of which is this runt in my hand. This filth has revealed the number and positions of the Thunderlords in the ravine beyond. Join us if you dare, and you will witness how real warriors of the Frostwolf clan fight. Get in my way and I will end you.
Finish it. Now go. My father will avenge you. Your father will mourn, as I have mourned. Send word to the rest of the pack. The sons of the Iron Wolf have been found. Loktar Ogar!
I still have his sword on my Horde character, by the way. Admiral Taylor's. As a sign of respect, really.
Gunnar, is that you? I thought we killed you already. If you beg like a good dog, my father may... Your father may be able to identify what's left of your tiny skull!
Yeah, I know, Ventures.
Hold here until reinforcements arrive.
In the meantime, let us draw out as many as we can.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I didn't actually know Admiral Taylor's sword had a completely unique model until someone informed me of it. I was keeping it around out of respect for the gentleman. So, in response to, you know, who Admiral Taylor is, no, it was Ventures. They changed it. They shifted it in a patch.
Hear me, Thunderlords. I am Gnar of the Frostwolves, son of Garod!
Yes, he's dragging that corpse with a chain.
Your chief slew my father, so I have come to claim the heads of his sons! Who among you has the spine to stop me?
Also, the orcs, while charging into battle, say, "Warg!" Seriously. Speaking of plot threads that haven't been followed up on yet. Yeah, we'll get there. Anyways, I would like to have some stuff left to talk about when we get to the Spires of Era, guys. I guess I don't have much to talk about now. Okay, guys, I'll just talk about the entire rest of the story right now. So you see... I'm not going to make that joke. Changed my mind.
Speak.
The Thunderlord think their numbers will save them. We will show them that their numbers count for nothing when hunted by a pack of Frostwolves. The Thunderlord clan has become a thorn in my side. I will no longer tolerate. Go east, leave none alive, burn their supplies. Why are we burning supplies? Why are you so stupid?
Make them suffer. Forward,
It is a
brothers and
good day
sisters.
to fight.
Cut through the camp and rally at the Savage Crag.
Thunderlords spend their days training to hunt as a team, but as individuals they are weak. Their only strength is in numbers, so to win, we cull their numbers. As we move through the Daggermaw Ravine, slay any Thunderlord who in your way. Their clan will be made the weaker for it.
For the clan.
That's also partially how the Thunderlord function. Hey, Brekor. I am enjoying it, yes. I'm actually really enjoying going through Warlords again. I know we've spoken a lot of negativity about it, but I want to make my opinion absolutely clear. I enjoy Warlords, and I am enjoying going through Warlords this time with you guys. Admittedly, we're basically doing the best first. Oh, God. Which is Shadow Moon and Frostfire. But still. But they have backs and arms with which to carry and move. Don't tell me the Frostwolves are afraid of a little hard labor. Disgusting. The Frostwolf should be wiped out by my Horde! Wait. Hang on, I'm getting confused here. Fine. I was gonna let you live. But no, you wanted to die. See, the thing is, in my mind, there's no reason to burn the supplies, unless you don't think you can hold the territory you're claiming. Like when we took Bladespire Fortress. That's our fortress now. We have officially expanded into it. We conquered it. So, I mean, if we were there to raid, or to weaken them, okay, I could at least see burning the supplies as a valid stratagem. But we're there to, you know, help. We're there to, or to help. We're there to claim. Why in the world wouldn't we try to claim the valuable supplies, especially given, as has been emphasized a few dozen bajillion times, how incredibly dangerous and deadly this place is, to the point where supplies are probably really, really valuable here, much more so than in Azeroth. I mean, think about that for a minute. Also, this is a cleft hoof. It's being cooked and eaten. So I just thought I'd share that with you. No, you misunderstand me, Kay. I absolutely get that Gunnar does not have a lick of tactical sense. In fact, that's part of his character. What I do not get is why Duratan was going along with that. Someone who actually does understand tactics. I didn't mean to aggro these guys. I guess that's true. Now that we're allies of the Frostwolves, we can just feed them with the wealth and bounty that the Horde have. The Horde have a wealth and bounty of resources, right? Right? I mean, we didn't just start a war over the fact that we were desperate and starving, right? Because, you know, that'd be awkward then. Oh, you come from another world. Surely you have supplies for us. Well... No, I have not watched the Warcraft movie. It doesn't come out for another 13 days. So, I mean... Yeah. What are the Thunderlord fools doing with the Gron?
What? Finish it.
What is it?
Even when on a mission of vengeance, we must remember to uphold the honor of the Frostwolves. Really? In the grotto below are the fallen corpses of many good Frostwolf orcs. They must be remembered. While you carry out Gunnar's task, look for the articles of our fallen brethren. Bring me these articles so that I might pass them to a shaman for final burial, as is our tradition.
For the Frostwolves.
The Thunderlord are capturing Gron for the Iron Horde. Show these fools why Grons are not pets. Follow us into Grulok's grotto and sunder the chains on the captive Gron. Let the beasts seek to gain their own vengeance against the Thunderlord.
Now go. Frostwolves, fan out and harry the Thunderlord for vengeance.
So as you can see, they have actually captured many Gron here and are in the process of breaking them. I say in the process because, believe it or not, killing, subjugating massive, incredibly powerful creatures who are part elemental is not as easy as it sounds. I know, weird, but there it is. And when you set the Gron free, they are really mad. I mean, just yikes. Right, I should be doing that first. Yeah, no man is pretty much in effect here. I'm not going to be super restrictive because it's about, you know, it's the story of a 20-year-old game. But, yeah. Is it 20? God, I don't actually remember. Whatever, it doesn't matter. is one of the only quests in all of Warlords I don't like. Gathering these stupid articles for the Frostwolves. It's not because I don't agree with the lore concept of it, but it's really not the most well-designed quest. The items themselves are hard to see. There aren't many of them, and they don't respawn that fast. Doing this on a group, which is how I normally quest in this game, sucks. To put it as nicely as I can. And there's a fairly large number of mobs here who you don't have to kill. In fact, you don't have to kill anything here, which basically just are here to annoy you. Wow, 22 years soon. That's ridiculous. Well, Lord knows, apparently my taste in movies is just wrong, based on current movie critics. I mean, seriously. I have disagreed with the critics on every movie that's come out for the last year, at this point. Almost universally, not completely. It's actually irritating to me, because it feels like it feels like I'm being a hipster, and I'm not. I'm just, yeah, you know? But then again, as I will talk about tomorrow, I feel very, very much a victim of pendulum effect. Like, a lot. Oh, I do, damnation. Don't worry, I'll talk about pendulum effect tomorrow, and how much it affects me tomorrow. All shall be revealed tomorrow. So I imagine most of you don't know, we're actually doing an X-Men Apocalypse discussion stream tomorrow. I hope at least some of you will be there for it. There we go. Jeez. Clint Eastwood emote. Oh, yeah, no, I'm right. That's okay. Okay. I thought about the merits of pushing back any of those discussion streams we do, but ultimately it feels like that would be a bad move. Which is why I'm not doing that. Fell off. Not you guys, I was talking to the mob who aggroed me. Just randomly like, wait! You're not allowed to go through here without being bored by fighting me. Fine, die. If it is your wish to die, then die. So this is Grulok's lair. Now this is important to keep in mind, because you might have wondered what the heck the Thunderlord were doing way up here, way outside of their normal borders. This is pretty much actually very dangerous territory for them to be in. The reason why is because this is the lair of one of the sons of Grulok, one of the head Gron, who are still left after the Gron were basically broken down as a people. So, Gron obviously nest in massive caves, pretty much exactly like this, because you can sell the book as your scalpers, in other words. So this is the reason the Thunderlord are here, is because this is actually Grulok's lair, and all the Gron here are Grulok's kin, spawn, slaves, whatever you want to call them, and yeah, I guess I have nothing else to add about that. It is worth noting that as you look around, this really shows the difference between the Gron and the Ogre. The Gron, even at the height of their power, never actually built a civilization or an empire or anything like that. This is the full extent of what the Gron's technological and magical prowess is. They have giant things made of bones and wood and rope, and and then they just toss creatures on massive open pits of flame or lava to cook them. And that's basically it. They don't really have a concept for anything. Unlike the ogres who built 2 empires.
Speak!
For many years I hunted all sorts of prey alongside my father. This hunt shall honor his memory, as well as avenge his death at the hands of these traitorous, honorless Thunderlords. By the way, this is the 3rd and final son of the Iron Wolf. There is Hattok, last, eldest of the sons of the Iron Wolf, one of the greatest hunters the Thunderlord have ever fielded. He was there when my father was murdered, and my father and me, and left me for dead. When I am done with him, he will regret not finishing the job.
Make them suffer. Hattok, son of the Iron Wolf, I come for your head! You should have stayed dead, Gunnar. You would have lived longer.
Ah, that's smart. Wait, no, that's incredibly stupid.
Thunderlord, release the beast!
That's also a great strategy.
Frostwolves, kill the Gron! Find the coward!
Sorry, I had no idea that was going to be so loud.
Hattok! You cannot hide from me! Speak!
Today is a good day. My father is avenged. The sons of the Iron Wolf are all slain. Go to your garrison. There, herald my return to my laggard brother. Time has come for the chieftain to be reminded of what it means to be Frostwolf.
Finish it. Honored brothers and sisters, today we achieved what Duratan would not even dare to try. Make no mistake, we are at war, and we need a war chief.
There's this troll we've got.
Those of you bold enough to stand with me, come! We will show the world the might of the Frostwolves!
So, that sounds horrible. Keep in mind, and I hate to point this out, but Gunnar is probably running high the adrenaline here. Ignoring his obvious rage issues, he is clearly at the point now where he is flush with success because we carried him to victory. Now, in fairness, he did a really good job on his own. In fact, he felt like quite a bit of a badass throughout all these quests to me. But still, who killed the Gron, you know? In answer to Claudio's question, I don't think we have anything new Star Wars planned for the coming year, no. Eventually, I'll start looking at the Clone Wars series, the show, but that's a ways off at this point.
Me got the good stuff, man.
Yeah, I can do that off camera.
Bye-bye now.
We fight together, or die alone.
Gunnar is coming. Good! We need his forces if we are to press his advantage. Good night, Vigilant. I can only hope his bloodlust is quelled enough for him to listen to reason.
In one another, we find strength. Gunnar, it's about time you returned. What grisly trophies are these? I have slain the sons of the Iron Wolf. He drowns in the blood of his own. Your fool crusade left us exposed to attack. Many died. I am your chieftain. You and your warriors will fall back in line. You are no chieftain of mine, brother. By my right as second son, by the justice I have dealt today, I declare Makara.
Duel to the death.
You must not do this! You are family!
Family looks to its own. Only I cared to avenge Father's death! You think this is what Father wanted?
This is really awesome, what Durotan does here.
Go ahead, Ganar. Take the clan. Slay your own brother in cold blood. See who follows you then. Vengeance does not make our clan strong. Our strength comes from working together. Rise up, brother. I need you. This clan needs you. Chieftain.
And that is the power of a good diplomat. And that is why I think Anduin does have a place in the Army of Light. Illidan couldn't have done that. Not many could. And that's pretty badass, too, if you think about it. Durotan literally throws down his weapon, walks up, and says, "Alright, kill me." And that was a risk. Ganar was pretty much riding the blood rage there. So he could have. We're going to grab this
What
quest,
say you?
just so I don't forget about it. We'll talk about that later, though. Is this that quest?
What you need?
Okay, just making sure. Whoops. Oh well. Let's go do these. I kind of would like to finish Frostfire tonight, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to. Not unless I skip a little bit of the content, which I could. Illidan would say, "Okay," and kill Ganar. And, I mean, succeed at it, too, because he's frickin' Illidan. I gotta be honest, by the way, in a one-on-one fight, I'm pretty sure Ganar would absolutely crush Durotan. Ganar is a hell of a fighter.
Everybody pulls their weight.
Ganar is what Garrosh wishes he was, in more ways than one. Vilvoxus, they told me you'd be heading this way. You're late to the party. We're just cleaning up now. The siege has been broken. They underestimated the resilience of Stonefang, and a reinforcement wave from Bladespire caught them completely off guard. Once we finish cleaning up here, we rally anyone who can still fight and prepare to march for Gromgar. The outpost captain, Karg, should have come out and meet us by now. Could you go tell him? Tell him that Lokra is waiting? He knows how much I hate to be kept waiting.
Run with the pack.
Hear that, Asha? Karg is coming. That means you get to play with Nerok. Asha, which is the name of her wolf, howls in excitement. Yes, Stonefang is the name of this outpost. This is a neat trap they have here, by the way. So there's the handler, who, well, okay, so, they pulled him, the Rylak down so it got impaled on the tree, and the person who had been riding it kind of kept going forward. As you can see, the Thunderlord attacked from the air, too. It didn't seem to avail them much, though. Go figure. Oh, I love this song. No! Don't stop playing. Ah, whatever. Karg? Yeah, I saw him. He saved my life. Took on 5 of those filthy Thunderlords by himself. He had them, too. Till the Iron Wolf showed up and the biggest, meanest Rylak I ever saw. Snatched him up and carried him away. They took others, too. Dragged him down into the canyon. Ask around. Find any who's gone missing. I haven't seen Makar in some time. His healing skills are desperately needed.
Maybe I can help.
Iron Wolf brought weapons of fire and thunder. Our warriors have not seen such weapons. We were not ready. We must learn to overcome.
For Durotan.
We must adapt. We must assimilate the Iron Horde. Hi. One of those things grabbed my daughter Ganna, dragged her away in chains like she was an animal. Well, yeah, to the Thunderlord, anyone who isn't one of them is actually an animal, and we've seen how they treat their animals, so... My stable hand, Roknar, tried to fight off one of those Rylaks with a pitchfork. Got himself dragged down into the bone slag. Uh-oh. Think we're gonna have to go into the bone slag, guys.
It is a good day to fight.
The Thunderlords took prisoners into the bone slag? What are we waiting for? We have to go after them. You look for the villagers. Asha and I will track Karg.
We fight together.
Asha, let's go, girl. Karg and Nerok are in trouble. I can't do a wolf howl, guys. I'm sorry. Yes, I know. Thank you. You know what? Hang on. And why is that add-on even on? It shouldn't be on. Like, almost none of my add-ons are on in this character. What time is it? Yeah, okay. I can make this work. So as you can see, the vultures have already found some new prey here. There's the stable hand, the one who was dragged down with the pitchfork. Here's Makar. We had her mentioned earlier, too. Or him, excuse me. Ugh. Huh? I could hear Lokra moments ago. She is the hunter, not the quarry. And ahead of the pack as usual. Oh. Let me set up a totem to heal me, because holy crap, I'm damaged. Also, another nice shot of one of the colossal skeletons here. Really helps to get across the sense of scale. In fact, obviously you're not supposed to have flying here, so let's do this properly. Hey, look! Blackrock orcs. By the way, someone do me a favor and say something in chat, because, yeah. So what they're doing here is kind of cute. They're taking their stone, and it's special Blackrock shot, and they're actually heating it, hammering it and keeping it into right by the lava, so that they're not just firing standard artillery shells, they're firing inflamed, heated shell. And I don't know how much you guys know about real-life warfare, but heated shot is a damn dangerous thing. Thank you, guys. I guess chat's just quiet right now. It's a Friday evening. I'm not surprised people aren't here. Here's Ganna, aka the girl who was dragged off. Are they gone? Oh, thank you. Mother must be worried sick about me. I can get back to the outpost from here. Find me if you need any leather working. Sure. Now, if you can't tell what's happening here, the Blackrock are teaching the Thunderlord their smithing techniques. If you remember, I mentioned earlier that the Blackrock's hyper-specialization, the thing that they super specialized in, was smithing. And everything that implies. I don't just mean... Some people think smithing just applies to, like, making weapons and armor. There's actually a lot more that applies to, especially metalworking in general, but most importantly, things like making things like a factory, as we'll see later. But they're basically the tech side of things. Thunderlord apprentices toil under the watchful eyes of Blackrock orcs. Using pools of lava as natural forges, they craft components for a type of weapon never seen before by the Frostwolves. Cannons. That's right, the very concept of a cannon is alien to these people. Obviously, we know what that is. If you've killed them, you can resurrect them through console commands, Myron, but the string of the quest attached to them might also be broken, so you may be screwed. I've done it myself.
I am here.
Thank you for finding the others. Karg and his captor are one step ahead of us, but they're limping. Karg's captors are moving east, probably retreating to Gromgar with their tails between their legs. They think they can outrun me, but Asha here is the fastest thing on 4 legs.
For the clan.
We'll run them down. Catch up to us when you can. Now, it looks like they've changed this. It used to be she actually ran faster than we did. So, like, she would zoom off. Oh, there she goes. There she goes. So, yeah, she's actually faster than we are, which I find absolutely hilarious. It's okay. We could fly. And she disappears after a while, because you're literally not supposed to be able to keep up to her. So this is kind of messed up. There was a trap. Or, hang on. So, he has Asha. You are fierce, Pop, but your attachments make you weak. And then he kills Asha. Free yourself of weakness, or be swept away by the iron tide.
Everybody pulls their weight.
Lorerun's gaze remains fixed on her dying Frostwolf. We had them. We had them, Asha. You were so fast and so beautiful. I failed you, Asha. I am sorry. Asha has passed, but we share a bond that cannot be severed by death. Even now her spirit is urging me to Gromgar. The Iron Wolf claims our attachments make us weak. Love makes us vulnerable. He is wrong. Karg is my strength, and I his. I will free him from his chains, and together we will show the Thunderlord the strength of our bonds.
Run with the pack.
Now, what I find amusing about this is, one of the overall points that's made over and over about the Iron Horde is that their bond is iron. In other words, that the orcs are united. And yet the Thunderlords, or at the very least, the leader of the Thunderlords, the Iron Wolf, specifically believes that those kind of bonds are foolish and weak. That'll be significant later. And yes, that's a Colossus. I've shown this off already, obviously, but there's the Colossus that they did. Can you imagine living inside a Colossus? Oh, can you imagine a live Colossus? They say this was the last one, and the Thunderlord clan took it down generations ago. Again, we don't know if that's true or not. It could just be mythos. Hey, it's Karg. There he is. Karg! Lokra, my love, what are you doing here? What's it look like? Saving your hide? Also notice they've already kind of tortured and beaten a Frostwolf to death there. Help me out of these chains. We have work to do.
Fight as one. Speak.
Where is Nerok? We are separated. Where is Asha? We were also separated. My Frostwolf, Nerok, was captured with me and the others. I do not know where they are keeping him, but I bet their so-called Beastmaster who dragged us here does. He's at the beast pens nearby, boasting about his catch to the younger hunters. See how he boasts with my axe in his skull.
For the Frostwolves.
They took my brothers and sisters. They took my wolf. Now we take their heads.
Fight as one. Run with the pack.
By killing them. We take their heads by killing them. We don't actually need to pick up the heads.
Fight as one.
I had to point that out because so many people I know have missed that little extra bit of quest text there. One of the things I find fascinating about Frostwolf culture, the clan culture, is their connection to their frost wolves. They form a bond with a wolf, and we know the frost wolves live longer than normal wolves do. So they live, they generally have that same wolf through most of the orc's life, especially given how an early death so many of the orc people in general have, thanks to the rather unpleasant circumstances of this place. Oh my gosh, I dinged. And I just got Empowered Divine Storm. That's awesome. Anywho, any Holy Power consumer has a 25% chance to make me have a free Divine Storm, which also does more damage. Damn you unruly dogs! You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now, where is my wolf? Your mutt's being broken with the other beasts. Broken? Narok would die before he obeyed them. I know, and we'd better find him before that happens. So yeah, this is part of the warfare that the Thunderlord are waging against the Frostwolves, because the Thunderlord know about the connection between the Frostwolves and their wolves. And so you separate them from their wolves, and then you try to tame their wolves and send their wolves back against them, because they'll recognize that specific wolf. And, you know, the odds are rather significant that that would be an incredibly demoralizing thing to have to go through. I think we'll do over here. On this. No, go away, Karg. Karg, go away. Go away, Karg. That'll have to do. And yes, Necro. Pretty much from childhood in both cases. We'll go with that picture. It also helps to inform Frostwolf culture, though. The fact that they would know their own wolf from any other wolf. The fact that they treat them as if they are their closest bondmate. In fact, in this particular situation, I have this wonderful mental image of the fact that the two orcs who mated, you know, Lokra and Karg here, actually had to have permission from their wolves to do so. In other words, they wanted to make sure that both of their wolves liked each other and cooperated each other, and that bond between husband and wife, or mate and maid if you prefer, actually kind of extended into their wolves having a strong connection to each other too. You know what I mean? Come, brother. You're free now.
What is it?
Nerok and I are the only surviving prisoners, but we cannot leave just yet. If we leave now, my clan's final assault on Gromgar will be a disaster. Although our warriors are unmatched in the fact that I run off while talking. Though our warriors are unmatched in melee, the Thunderlords have new ranged weapons. Our forces would be decimated as they crossed the Icewind Drifts, but we are already here. We can overtake those weapons before they ever fire. Blackrock orcs cannot help our enemies forge these cannons in the workshops to the south side. If we use their own tools to sabotage the weapons, we leave Gromgar wide open for Frostwolf raid. Note that they actually refer to cannons as a type of spear, by the way. I like that.
For the Frostwolves.
Because again, these guys have never seen something like artillery before. And yeah, Bragwin agrees. Okay, or wait.
It is a good day to fight.
Not long ago, the most advanced weapon a Thunderlord could make was a really, really big spear. The Blackrock must have shipped in a fearsome master to have them producing these cannons so rapidly. We need to find that master. Also, when you rescue the wolf, one of the things that Lokra says to the wolf is, "You smell Asha, don't you?" I'm so sorry, Nerok. I failed to protect her. This quest kind of sucks too, because a surprisingly small number of the mobs around here actually count for the quest, and you need to kill 25. So usually what I end up doing is killing everything I see, and then heading to the next area of the quest, and then coming back and killing the rest, because I almost never finish in that initial bundle. Oh, right. It's okay. I understand what I'm doing. I know what a cannon is. These are surprisingly, hey Gnarlix, efficient weapons. They're very, very threadbare. You see this thing? It's literally a cannon plus wheels, plus spikes on the front. But it shoots Iron Star shots. Well, it can shoot Iron Star shots. Some of them we see do. I think these are the ones that specifically shoot the heated shot that we mentioned earlier. But still, there's really not a lot of complexity there to the weapon. But that's kind of what I mentioned earlier about how their technology is not super advanced, but at the same time very militarily capable, you know? And of course, we do see some actually advanced tech they use later. Like, I mean, for God's sakes, the World Destroyer cannon they had in the Tanan Jungle instance was insane. Oh, I was wrong. These are Iron Star powered. I thought so. You sort of see it for a moment as you detonate them. Yeah, these are pretty much right offset from the actual tanks the dwarves and gnomes made. Oh, I should be looting these guys. In actual fact, it could be argued that some, not these particular ones, but some of the Iron Horde tanks would actually best dwarven and gnome tanks. So I mentioned these things are Iron Star powered. It's probably a good thing to explain what I mean by that, because it's like it's a gun on wheels. What do you mean by Iron Star powered? Well, they don't really use gunpowder to shoot the thing. I'm not speaking correctly enough. These are still using gunpowder to fire, but the actual hi again, Gnarlix. The actual here, watch the center of this thing when it fires, or when it explodes. Watch right here. See that thing? That is an offshoot of Iron Star technology. In other words, it propels the cannon much, much farther than it normally would be able to with simply a standard gunpowder shot. Now you might be like, what's the significance of that? To which I say, I don't know how much you know about artillery warfare, but being able to shoot at someone who is literally so far away you can't see them is extremely useful in warfare, and that's kind of what the Iron Horde have with these things. Oh, you're fine, Gnarlix. I just wanted to make sure that I said it out loud, because I'm really tired, too. I've had an extremely long couple of days. I would really like to finish Frostfire today. Kind of why I'm pushing. Push, 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 push. We've got what is effectively 2 major quest hubs left to do, and then we'll be done here. Actually, what was fired at Manaroth is an even more powerful version of these. Same type of technology, though. What was fired at Manaroth was actually an Iron Star shot, which is basically like firing off a, you know, as we keep using the nuclear reactor parallel or a fusion reactor parallel, firing off a bomb made out of a said reactor into someone. That's pretty much what was being done here. And by here, I mean in the Manaroth fight. Oh my god. Seriously? I need 2 more. I don't understand that question. What do you mean, Neckbeard? Oh, there's a second one. Yeah, no kidding, War Wager. Yeah, that was pretty much as good as they've got. Later on, they will develop what is effectively called a super weapon. It's a new type of dreadnought, other than the regular dreadnought, which shoots the same kind of rounds. And, so if you can imagine a ship that can shoot those kind of things regularly, that's what their super weapon is. They only ever field 2 of the things. One in the battle for Shatrith, which we'll see later on. Story, Neckbeard, for fun, sharing the lore with people. One of them is the one that we see in the battle against Shatrith, and the other one is the one that is under construction when we actually go through the Black Foundry raid. Well, I actually agree with you, sort of, Kay. The visual effect, however, probably couldn't be much bigger because, like, picture the art team for a second, Kay, saying, okay, here's this super amazing explosion, and then they look at it like, well, wait, that's just going to kill everyone nearby. Well, we still need to be super powerful to hit this guy, otherwise, you know, he's just going to crush him. He's Manaroth. Oh, shoot, you're right. Well, how do we fix this? Let's just make the explosion smaller and say that it was contained. Okay. And that's why the explosion looks smaller. I mean, can't you just picture that conversation happening?
Speak.
Karg scoops up a handful of snow and cleans the gore from his axe. You fight well.
Fight as one.
I am here.
The Iron Horde combines the strength of every clan, except for 2. We must continue looking for ways to sever those connections if we hope to defeat them. Part of me agrees with Karg. We could challenge the Iron Wolf right now. My fists clench at the mention of his name. My muscles scream for vengeance. But then in my heart I feel Asha, calming me, guiding me. I do not deserve her wisdom, but as a gift I will not waste. Duratan and the others will be gathering at your garrison right about now. We should go meet them.
For the clan.
So, I want to point this out too. I mentioned how wolves are intelligent but not fully sentient or sapient. Part of the way that's expressed here is the fact that the wolves also have ancestral spirits, just like the people do. And what is happening here is Asha's spirit has actually decided to journey on to become what is effectively a very, very, very small minor Loa in order to continue to serve as counsel, guidance, and friendship for Lokra, despite the fact that Asha has died. Agreed, Gnarlex. I agree, Kay. I do, really. I'm just saying, in lore, that is what happened, even if their visual effects team didn't get it across properly.
In family, there is power.
Damn it, it's already 8:30. Alright, I'm not going to finish Frostfire tonight. I'm sorry, guys. There's a couple other things I'd like to do. So, I gotta think about this. I need to chop this off one way or another. The video file is getting too big. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this off for our YouTube viewers. Pretty much one way or another. So, YouTube viewers, I will see you tomorrow.